Hey, what's up everybody? It's Lids, and we're back for some more Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer, taking requests from you all in chat when it comes to our characters, weapons, enemies, and arenas. And we do have some mission funds and at least some credits we can cash in here before we get going. So let's see. Oh, we can get guaranteed ultra-rare weapons, so that is nice. Nab one of those. I think I did the math. I think it was last week. After our previous session, we have 108 more ultra-rare weapons that we still have yet to unlock, or at least levels, to those weapons, and this would make it 107. That is unless that if I actually did that last week, in which case we've made a little more progress since then, but I think this is now 107 more than we need, which sounds like a lot, but honestly, it's been in the several hundreds for a long time. So to be that close is actually kind of refreshing, and it means we're getting very close to hitting just the double digits in terms of remaining ultra-rare weapon levels. Oh, okay. Paw Siphon, up to rank 6. Yeah, that's, you know, by basically every account, the best weapon in the game. So that's quite nice. The Paws have, in many cases, been among the weapons that have been lagging behind the most, which I know we've talked about many times before, how theoretically, once we start to get several weapon varieties up to rank 10, it means whichever ones are remaining are going to end up showing up more often. You know, if you only have one weapon variety that is yet to be maxed out, then obviously every ultra-rare weapon that you get is going to be of that particular weapon. Not that we're anywhere near that just yet, but it's starting to move a little bit in that direction. So given how some of the strongest weapons are still some of our lowest ranking ones, it'd be nice for the law of averages to kick in and watch those ones start to get boosted up a little bit more. Right, game? You know, we'll take that. It may not be the Paw Siphon, but the Hurricane Concussive now maxed out at rank 10. Sure, it's not the easiest thing to get headshots with the Hurricane, but we will definitely take that nonetheless. Can we get anything else on top of that? Yes, we can! Oh my goodness. Okay, that works. We'll take it. Paw Concussive now up to rank 7. Don't mind if I do. Inferno Concussive up to rank 8. Now, sure, in that case, that's not nearly as high profile of an acquisition, but we'll take it nonetheless. That was the last pack we're able to afford, at least at the moment. See if we can pick up a few more at the end of today's session, at which point we may be getting awfully close to hitting that 100 or sub 100 remaining ultra rare weapon levels. Let me hop into Discord as we will be starting up matches shortly. There we go. Okay. And with that in mind, let me take a peek. Icebreaker and Tech Mastery, those are the two things we're looking for here. Let me just take a quick look and see any of the Apex missions on Icebreaker. I wish it was on Vertigo. Not that I'm particularly thrilled about playing One Life to Live. Hopefully the Strike team can handle that one. Oh no. I don't know if this is any better. It may not be. So, we may have that to look forward to, or today might be one of those days where you say, thanks, but no thanks. So, no double dipping potential with Icebreaker. That means we will probably need to do a couple of dedicated matches specifically just for the Prestige dailies. Then, if anyone is interested in hopping in here, maybe I'll make it Platinum, make it easier for you guys to search. And it was Tech, right? I think we probably will stick with this character who we have right now, the Turian agent, that tends to be my go-to with the flamethrower. And then rather than going tech damage, I tend to instead go for the power efficiency for the faster recharge, so we can be spamming flamethrower more often. Let me know if anyone is interested in tagging along. Otherwise, as we've talked about many times before, the most efficient way, at least for these tech, biotic, or combat power masteries, those typically are best to do as a solo. Sometimes you just throw on bronze solo. You know that the fight is going to be pretty easy, so you can afford to just exclusively use whatever type of power you need for daily completion purposes. That way, it's potentially even possible to finish it in one match. If not, you're probably quite close and should get it pretty quickly into the second match. So, in the absence of anyone else looking to get in here, I probably would go that route. Maybe I'll set it on bronze. We'll start it off as a solo, and if anyone does want to hop in, I'll make it public so that you can join if you would like. Go this way, at least at first, so we'll hopefully be able to get a decent chunk of the Tech Mastery Daily done here. And yeah, it's late enough after the daily reset that I imagine many people, at least those who logged on immediately once the reset happened, those people would definitely be done at this stage with the prestige dailies, and probably even already done with that plat apex, if in fact they did go for it. As I was saying, maybe today is one of those days when people just say, this is one of the times when you opt out. I've long meant to test out exactly which points count toward these dailies. Obviously, the direct damage and kills, well, like that, all of the points from that kill could count toward the Tech Mastery daily. However, Flamethrower also primes, which means we get roughly 30 points, or 12, of assists per kill. And I think those still count for Tech Mastery purposes, although I'm not 100% sure. And then there's also things like the more generic kills medal, assists medal, which do also come with a flat amount of points. But I'm less certain as to whether those count for anything. I imagine they very well may not. Even if all of your kills came from using tech powers. Oh, right, like the tech kill medal specifically. Does that count? For now more than 1 year, maybe even 2 years, I've intended to test this out, but I've never really gotten around to doing it. And that's the kind of thing that would be helpful to know when it comes to trying to farm out the various dailies as quickly and efficiently as possible. That is good to know. We did obviously get a pug hopping in here recently. Does mean a little less potential for us to max out our tech points in this mission, because obviously there are, outside of objective waves, a more or less finite number of enemies, and therefore a finite number of points, so we are sharing that finite number of points across now people.
Target down.
Technically, that does mean that if you extend the objective waves, because the enemies do continue respawning until the objective itself is done. That means if you delay the objective completion, it gives you more time to potentially do this. Get a few extra kills. Which may seem like a small thing. Obviously, it's a spectrum. Are you killing one extra enemy by only kinda sorta delaying the objective completion? Obviously, in that case, it's gonna do little to nothing. It's probably just about statistically insignificant. Whereas this behemoth obviously is very tanky, and we can just leave him there and not attack him for a while, in which case, one extra kill,
Squad member down.
2 extra kills, kill metal. Obviously the revive is not going to count for this, but with now 2 people in the party, it's probably not going to make a difference in that we will almost certainly not get enough tech points in this match alone.
Target eliminated. Well done.
But if this were a solo still, it can become the difference between finishing that daily in 1 mission or finishing it in 2. And then again, that's maybe not the biggest of deals because we need 2 full matches worth of icebreaker waves. So one way or another, we are going to have to do 2 matches on icebreaker for prestige daily purposes. But I suppose even if it takes you 2 matches for that, if you were to finish the Tech Mastery daily earlier, then you may still be kind of sort of locked into Icebreaker for the next one, but you now suddenly have flexibility on the character. You aren't restricted to just trying to use tech characters. So, I mean, yeah, there's something to be said still. We're getting the Tech Mastery mission done. Tech Mastery daily done in 1 mission, but
Go get him.
in truth, we have plenty of time.
Great shooting.
It's not like the dailies are about to reset and we're racing to get those done, so it's not
Enemies
really a
headed your
huge
way.
factor. Oh, I forgot that. Already had activated that. Should have known that. It's not great timing for the Ascendant. Yeah. Can be pretty tough with the Ascendants. Killing them with Flamethrower, because usually it takes most of the Flamethrower duration to remove their
3
bubble.
more to go.
So then that means when the bubble is gone, you're back on cooldown. Oh, is this bug? Does he have an orb anymore? Oh my god, I might need a missile. Which is unfortunate, because that means that's 550 points worth of tech damage that we are missing out on. Yeah, I don't see the orb. There is a solution, and it's that.
Sensors clear for now. Great shooting. Key enemy personnel were tracked at that location.
Which, I don't know, maybe you guys either haven't seen that before, or it's happened to you and you felt like you were completely stuck, couldn't kill the last enemy.
Scratch 1 target.
Because usually what happens is, of course, here's a good example. The Ascendants, they have that orb. You have to destroy the orb, then you can actually damage the Ascendant itself. But sometimes, it's not even that unusual. The Ascendants bug out, and their orb, which is their only vulnerable part when they have the whole aura around them, the force field around them, sometimes that orb just doesn't exist, and it means that it would appear as though they are completely invulnerable to taking damage. But fortunately, missiles can still break through that. So obviously it's not a big deal to have to use a missile consumable for that, but then again, missiles are generally not that powerful in aspects of Andromeda, so they aren't that much of a prized possession. And hopefully it's not happening that often. It's not that high. So if any of you have been stuck with that issue before, that is the solution. Simply missile them, and either it will destroy their force field functionally as if you had gotten rid of the orb that just never showed up, or it will just kill them outright on bronze like that. Horus.
We're done here.
Oh, I've fired the paw once for demonstration purposes. Otherwise, I've exclusively pressed the flamethrower button. The only kill... I don't even know if I got a kill with it on the orb. Literally have not done anything with the paw. Alright, Boris, do we need to have an intervention? This happens every single time, to the point where it gets really frustrating. I legitimately have not used the paw at all. And every time you come in, this is the first and only thing you say. And it gets really annoying. Because it feels like it's I mean, it is an accusation. Which usually I don't take too seriously. But when it's this constant, this persistent, it starts to wear out. And it gets to the point where it feels deliberately disrespectful, which I don't stand for. It's one thing if it's a cheeky, sly little remark, but it happens every single time for several months in a row now, of course. And at a certain point, I need to draw a line in the sand. It's frustrating because there are missions like this where I quite literally haven't used it at all, and that's the first and only thing you say. And then there are other missions where it's like, you know, we're doing honestly, the most often the time when you bring it up is, you know, I'm like helping carry on the flat apex. And it's like, okay. I'm trying to help other people here by helping them complete a difficult mission, and that's the only thing you have to say about the situation, and it feels like that's pretty malicious.
Mission complete. Full team secure. Good work.
And I have some numerical, some quantitative evidence. One moment, as we can see how many. Okay, so we got 24,975 points in that match, right? You will note tech power kills. Nowhere on this list does it say assault rifle kills. 24,975. We can test what we were talking about before. How much of that? Oh, wow. Okay. So a lot of our points, well, we know things like extraction points, you get points for that. That definitely wouldn't count for tech mastery. Things like objective completion, those also give you medals, so you don't get points for that. But generic kills medals, almost certainly not counting in this case. Maybe not even the tech kills medal. So, you know, we'd have to go back with a finer tooth comb, or really just look back and see, you know, exactly where all of our points came from to see precisely what does and does not count for tech mastery medals. But that was a sizable chunk of our total points. It took like 10,000 points off of our total score that did not apply toward that. So it could be we get a lot of points from assists when we're using flamethrower. So as I was saying before, it may be that the assists don't count either. If they did, then that would be... I feel like they do, though. You need 35... Oh, wait. Okay, but here's the weird thing. Biotic mastery and combat mastery, it's 35,000. But it's actually, what is it? 32,500 or something like that for tech mastery? Tech mastery is slightly lower. number that you need for that, and I was not accounting for that. I was doing that quick mental math there. So I might have been a little bit off. Yeah, it's only 31,500, so I can't remember exactly how I was doing the math. It might have been based on how many points we still needed. And we were like 49%, right? We were just about 50, which means we got about 16-ish thousand points counting for Tech Mastery. When we got all but maybe an Ascendant Orb, which is statistically insignificant. All of our kills came from Flamethrower, and we had just shy of 25,000 points at the end of the match. So that means, yeah, I mean, a little less than 10,000 that didn't count, but big picture, a sizable amount of our points did not count toward Tech Mastery in that match. More than I would have expected, or at least, again, without looking at exactly what it said for how many points we got from more generic medals, because that's what I thought would be the most significant and obvious way that some of your points would not count toward daily completion. But the number may have been high enough, the number of points that did not count for Tech Mastery, that it could be even the assists don't count, and or even the pure Tech Kills medal points doesn't count. I mean, honestly, I think I probably was more...
Keep it going.
If it were only the assist points or the Tech Kills medal points that counted beyond the obvious just kills medals, or not medals, but kills points. If I had to choose between whether the assist points counted or whether the pure Tech Kills medal counted, I probably would say assists. Like here you see 37 points assists. I don't know if that counts or not. 165, that definitely does. 38 point assist, might not. But then, let's see if we get a Tech Kill medal.
Enemy tech shut down.
Soon. I don't remember if we've gotten the bronze yet or not. That's also the theory behind using the kineticist for the biotic mastery daily. I mean, yes, she can just spam biotic abilities like crazy, so that's certainly a big factor, but also she, in doing so, gets a lot of assist points. I would typically put flamethrower characters and the kineticist at the top of the list in terms of characters that get the most assist points, so that's one of the main reasons why I have made a point of using those types of characters. Okay, so Tech Kills... Did it say... we just got the bronze medal for it. Did it say how many points that's worth? It does on the final screen at the end when it shows the total points, but if you had to make me choose between either assists or that Tech Kills medal counting or the Tech Mastery daily, I would probably say the assist points, not the assist medal we just got. That I'm fairly certain wouldn't count, but the 18 points you just saw there for assist. Because clearly, the takeaway is, even if you use exclusively tech powers, not all of the values, the numbers you see popping up there, are actually counting toward your daily progression. But the insight that would be helpful to glean from that would be exactly what is it that does and does not count. It's not entirely clear.
Enemies headed your way.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of using flamethrower for the Tech Mastery dailies. Now this is just on bronze, so I do have my flamethrower spec for maximum area of effect and duration, I think. So basically it's set up to maximize the number of enemies that it hits rather than maximizing the damage, which is a little unusual, maybe, but at least on bronze, as we currently are on, you don't need that much damage to take the enemies down. So
Go get 'em.
maybe it's well optimized for that. Although I still use it on same setup, high difficulties, and it still works reasonably well for that. I do have it set for the better cooldown on the booster rather than pure tech damage. That might be something I would switch if I were to go on higher difficulties with this setup. What's up, Itachi? How are you? Lobby is public right now. I believe it has...
Target eliminated.
I believe it has filled up with pubs at this point. It is public. Double check. Yeah. Certainly look to set up a new lobby, get other people in after this, if anyone would like. Should say numbers popping up how much the metal is for, but I think we have a bit of a backlog. Assist. Kill. Metal. Assist. Kill. Assist.
Target down. Good work.
Kill. Assist. Yeah. Pretty big backlog. Assist. You see just how much quantity of assists slows this process down. Assassination. Oh, that's the... Wait, that's the objective. Wait, but what happened to the... Does it not show the pop-up for the metal? I thought it did. Maybe I just missed it. Maybe the backlog was not as long as I thought it was. It's like that generic kills metal almost certainly does not count. Looking for the tech kills medal specifically. I mean, once the mission is over, which we're pretty close to seeing, then we can see exactly how many points are attributed to the different medals. Because I have a suspicion that no medals at all count toward daily progression, even if those medals are for the thing you're doing for the daily. Like today is Tech Mastery, so the question would be, does the Tech Kills medal contribute toward the Tech Mastery daily? I think the answer might be no. That was supposed to be cool. Like that. I mean, it should pop up and say how many points that medal is worth. So that's not really a mystery. The mystery is more so just, does that Tech Kill medal point value contribute to the daily or not? Yeah, it's not popping up. That's weird. Because it does pop up where all the other point values pop up when you do the objective medal. Does he not do that for any other medal? Because if so, I did not realize that.
That's how Apex gets it done. Come on, hold.
We can check for this one. I mean, pretty sure we were what? I mean, we could go back and see exactly how many points we had toward the Tech Mastery Daily last time, but I think we were 49%, somewhere around there. Oh wow, we got way fewer points in that match. But that's probably in large part because the previous one we started off as a solo, as I was saying, we didn't have to share as many points. But like here, for example, Extraction Bronze definitely doesn't count toward that Tech Mastery Daily. The 1,000 points from Tech Power Kills, that would be a somewhat sizable chunk, but I don't think that counts. And then the generic Kills medal, I'm almost certain does not, even if, as was the case in this match, every single one of our kills came from Tech Powers. Don't think it matters. Then objective points and assists. I mean, objective obviously is completely removed from Tech Powers, so definitely not. And again, the assist points are coming exclusively from Flamethrower, which is a Tech Power. Still doubt that it counts, though. So, someone can wind back the clock and look at exactly what the number was before that match and what it is now, the point values for each of those medals, and it probably is mathable from that point on. Figure out exactly what does and does not count toward the daily. But I am aware that we have some people in chat, and I am now done with everything except that Tech Mastery daily, which I should be able to hopefully finish up with one more match, but it means that I no longer need to be on Icebreaker here, so I may break off from this group and create a new lobby, and if anyone from chat would like to get in, obviously that means we would have room. I'm just gonna give these guys the signal. And skedaddle. Most of the times you get assists with power kills. I mean, you get a tiny bit of assist points from using elemental ammo sometimes, but vast majority of assist points come from things like for tech powers, flamethrower, or for biotic powers, usually pull, at least for me, because I do it with the kineticist more often than not, but I think things like singularity probably give you a half-decent amount as well. Catch you later, Boris. Alright, don't really need to do that stuff unless we want to do one life to live on the gold apex. But yeah, let me know if anyone would like to get in. I no longer have a particular arena that I have to go in. How many tech points? Yeah, that's still enough that it probably necessitates taking a dedicated tech power character and more or less exclusively spamming tech powers for one more match just to play it safe. Otherwise, taking a character who has a little bit of tech and whittle away at it over the course of several matches, yeah, it would eventually work, but I think it has something to do with any effect you... Yeah, it's, assists comes from priming enemies. So, if you have powers that are really good at priming lots of enemies, then, like flamethrower, like pull, then you get a lot of points from that. And yes, your elemental ammo can also prime enemies, which is why you sometimes will get assist points from that. Cryo beam, yep. Any power that can prime stuff. And technically, I think if you're priming them from full life, like, technically, the amount of assist points it gets depends on how powerful the enemy is. So, like, priming an Ascendant, for example, gives you a lot more assist points than priming, what's the basic Ket enemy? The Chosen. So, that does make a difference, as well as, I think, how much life, or how much either damage you deal or how much health the enemy has left when you start priming them. So, like, if you prime an enemy that is about to go down, gives you a tiny sliver of assist points, but it's basically saying, you didn't really do much for this one. Yeah. Chain reactions from the cryoblast. And then I think just some powers in general might... I'd have to... Don't quote me on this. I'd have to check. Have to test it, but the amount of points that various priming powers do, the amount of assist points that various priming powers give you may vary. So, like, flamethrower and pull are quite good. Oh, good example. Take the kineticist. Usually, when I play the kineticist, I use her a lot for biotic mastery because she's obviously very good at spamming a whole bunch of biotic powers with no cooldown. Good in a vacuum for that reason, but I also use her because she gets so many assist points from all the priming with pull plus either throw or lance to detonate. So it's pull that generates a lot of assist points because it's doing all the priming. However, throw does also prime. However, the amount of assist points you get from pull is more than the amount of assist points you get from throw. So, technically, if you are trying to min-max your assist point value, then using pull as your primer is more efficient than using throw as your primer. So there may be other characters who have a similar dynamic where they have multiple priming skills and technically one is more efficient for point generation than others, or just, taking a different character altogether. That means if you're using a character that does not have pull, but instead has throw and only throw for priming purposes, then okay, they're probably not going to be as efficient for that as the kineticist would be. Combat mastery is the one. Yeah, you don't really. Is there anything that primes for combat powers? Well, there's no combat explosion, is there? There's no combat power or combat combo. You should get. Oh. Okay, well then that raises an interesting question. Because you have biotic combos, you have tech combos. Wait, hold on. We're unraveling the thread a little bit here. So, if you set off a combo, what type of points does it count as? Sometimes that is very obvious. If, for example, you use a biotic power to set off a biotic explosion, obviously those are biotic points. However, there are some circumstances in which that is not as obvious. If, for example, you take a huntress who has throw and lance, which are both biotic powers, you would expect those to contribute toward biotic points and biotic mastery. However, what if you are using disruptor rounds as your ammo, as, at least for me, I often do, and I would argue is the best type of ammo to use on the kineticist. The whole idea being you prime with your disruptor rounds, and then you detonate those disruptor rounds with throw or lance. It's a tech combo, and that's what's doing the damage, but the thing that initiated it was throw or lance, which are both biotic powers. What does that count as? Does that count as tech damage for tech mastery purposes? Or does that count as biotic damage for biotic mastery purposes? And I do know for certain the answer is biotic. So, in that way, to bring this back over to the point you were raising, Sovkrin, there may not be any combat combos, unlike tech combos and biotic combos. However, if you use a combat power to set off any type of combo, doesn't matter if it's tech, biotic, or fire, or cryo, as long as it is a tech, or rather, as long as it is a just name all the wrong categories of powers, Lids. Just as long as it is a combat power that initiates this combo, it will count as combat mastery points. So technically, if you were to say, what's a good character with a combination of those types of abilities? Ooh, that's kind of the reverse case. Hold on. That's not a good... I need detonating... Wait. You're the best example I have thus far, but still not a good one. This is a good example. So if you snap freeze with the Batarian Scrapper, and then you detonate with Concussive Shot, the explosion is going to count toward combat points rather than tech points. Now, granted, that means just the damage from the explosion itself is counted, and whatever base damage you're getting from that concussive shot counts toward the combat mastery. The direct damage from Snap Freeze would not. And That's a non-zero amount in that case that's getting stolen by Snap Freeze that's not applying toward your combat mastery. So it's not perfect. Ideally, you would have a combination of both a priming and a detonating power from the category that you're trying to farm, which is why it is generally easier with biotics, where you absolutely do have characters that can both prime and detonate all biotically, such as the kineticist, or I'm sure there are people who can do it for tech, although as I was saying, I tend to not combo at all and I just go pure flamethrower. You're still getting the assist points from flamethrower, which again, we still are not entirely sure if those assist points count or not. But then for combat powers, yeah, the only combat power that primes is Barricade, is it not? Maybe there's one other thing that I'm not thinking of, but I don't know if there's any character who has Barricade and also to prime with a biotic power. I don't know if there's any character that has Barricade to prime with a combat power and then also has a combat power that can detonate to get a pure combo of the combat variety. Like neither concussive shot nor frag grenade primes. Then you can prime with your ammo, your elemental ammo, as we were saying, but any damage you're doing from shooting is detracting from the points that you would otherwise have counting from your power category of choice. So you really want to minimize shooting when you're farming that stuff. I think that's the fortify. Oh, fortify. So is there anyone who can prime with fortify who has another combat power that can detonate? Because you have sort of the reverse problem with the Juggernaut. These two are sort of, yeah, reverse of one another. Prime with tech, detonate with combat. That is what you would prefer for combat farming purposes on the Scrapper, versus priming with combat and then, in this case, detonating with biotic. You'd like to have fortify plus a detonating combat power. Flat cannon can't detonate, can it? I don't think so. So you come close, but not quite there. That might be the closest thing you can get. You also have fortifying, but again, no combat power to detonate it. Fortify. Frag grenade. Ooh, you might be the closest. Does frag grenade detonate? Obviously it explodes, but does it actually detonate combos? I should know this. Hold on. It does not. Wow. That's harsh. Yeah. 'Cause otherwise, you would think it would. And if it did, then suddenly Turian Soldier would be the key combat farming character. But alas, he cannot do that. No. Yeah, so you have a couple of characters who come close. Flat cannon can't prime, so you can't prime and then detonate with a concussive shot. Avenger Strike you can upgrade to prime, right? That is a thing. I have not taken it, obviously. I have it at level 1. You go here. Yeah, so you can prime, but then Sticky Grenade cannot detonate. There's another one that maybe is a little bit counterintuitive in that way. That might make you the other character who you would have thought is capable of doing pure combat combos, yet actually cannot. Yeah. So no one can do it. I don't remember if that was what the idea was for him. Or if it was mostly like a strawberry. It's not quite watermelon. There are definitely some characters who I've set up for watermelon purposes, like this guy. That's not watermelon. That's too red. Alright, anyways. Now that we've analyzed that, and Lids has confused the words combat, biotic, and tech in every possible way to make that analysis as difficult to follow as possible. Sorry, brain.exe has been having some trouble, apparently. But I do still need some tech mastery points. So I'll stick with this guy, at least for now. I do not need any more icebreaker waves, so I can go with whatever map, difficulty, apex we'd like. You know, would anyone like to hop in for the Plat Apex? I was thinking this would be a nice, simple walk in the park here. Just some nice, good times on Firebase Paradox. That's what I was thinking. Or, you know, understandable if that's not your cup of tea, you'd rather warm up first. A little bit of action on Vertigo. Walk in the park with a broken leg and a glass jaw. Alright. So yeah, let me know if anyone would like to get in. Otherwise, I'm just gonna either make a new lobby or hop into a pre-existing... Maybe I'll see if anyone is trying to do that. At Plat Apex, as I was saying before, I think in all likelihood... Just check this real quick. In all likelihood, everyone who wanted to do this attempted it a little while ago and is not about to double back for more. Nope. Can't say I blame them. Can't say I blame them. Okay. But yeah, let me know if anyone would like to hop in. Otherwise, I'll just briefly poke my head into a non-Plat glass jaw match to maybe finish this up. Yeah, if we do pure tech, it is maybe possible for us to still get it done, even if it's not quite a full match. We take most of a match, but... Oh. They're doing Plat. They're doing Icebreaker. First I saw Plat and I thought, oh, they're probably doing the Plat Apex, but no. I did not put on any consumables, in part because I'm not sure how far along they are in this match, and I wanted to make sure that I got in before they extracted, although, of course, now 2020 hindsight seems that, in fact, they're only on wave 3. It means we are now a little woefully underprepared for this match. Can we just whittle away a little bit at that tech mastery? At this rate, I don't think we're going to get it on this match after all, because of that very thing that we did. Not taking any boosters at all. Look at that. You get the assist medal almost immediately from Flamethrower, and that's just because it gives so many assist points. Oh, I mean, if you want to walk into my Flamethrower, I won't say no. Excuse me, not only did you just snipe me while I was invisible, you also did so when you did not hit me, but that was just because it looks ridiculous. You very clearly missed when I died, but such is the way of things. Air outpost. Excuse me. I did not tell you to stop using your flamethrower. Thank you very much. May have just killed that teammate. Fortunately, that missile barrage did not take them down. Otherwise, I would not have felt great about that. Instead, I'm going to die.
I'm reading a flatline.
With what was, at least from our perspective, a wall hack. Even if, again,
Perfect.
the lag is such that server side was apparently not the case. Oh, okay. Maybe don't stand right in front of the exploding Atlas. I'm actually kind of surprised. Or Hydra, sorry. Kind of surprised that didn't do more damage to us. But do we even have a bronze kill medal? We might not, and yet we already have the gold assist medal. Which I think actually, that may be related to how we didn't take any damage boosting consumables, because if we start flamethrowing an enemy like this that's on full health, I'm actually not sure if it matters how much damage we do with flamethrower. I don't think it does. I think it just matters how much health the enemy has when you start flamethrowing. When you start, or whatever priming skill you use. So basically that means it doesn't matter if we have 0 DPS. As long as we are the first person to hit an enemy with the priming skill, that priming skill is going to give us a lot of assist points. And so that, but the amount of damage that we do does affect how many points we get if we get a kill, or if one of our teammates gets the kill instead of us. So that is to say, tickling enemies with tiny little bits of damage with a priming ability is a great way to farm up assist points, while at the same time minimizing your points from kills and direct damage. Which is kind of silly, but if for some reason that's something that you really want to do, that's how you do it. Oh, my character's leg. Do you see that? Shoot the shields off. Then you flamethrower. Remember, shield damage does not count for points. Mass Effect 3 it does. Mass Effect Andromeda it does not.
Reload. We're tracking reinforcements.
We don't want to damage health or armor with our weapon, because that's never going to count toward any of the biotic, tech, or combat power masteries, but it does mean that, especially in our case where we have very bad damage against shields, there's no downside to shooting enemy shields as long as we do little to no damage with our weapon to their health and armor. Keep in mind. Stop. Okay, and switch over to flamethrower. Yeah, you can see the damage is pretty pitiful. Honestly, the biggest value we're providing is probably that when it comes to the Krogan enemies, when they're being flamethrowered, they cannot heal. We are at least the Krogan regeneration prevention unit. Just don't tell that to the Solarians. Well, I guess technically Turians deploy regeneration, so it's canonically accurate. Right there, I poked that enemy's health a little bit with the gun, which is not ideal. And there you see, only now are we getting the Tech Kills medal. And we got the Gold Assist medal a long time ago. So yes, there's a huge difference in this match between how quickly we're getting assist points and how quickly we're getting, or how efficiently we're getting assist points and how efficiently we're getting direct damage / kill points. Ooh, shields. I don't like that.
Just 3 hostiles remaining. All enemies clear. Keep it up.
Okay. This is my preferred spot, but it's probably the hardest spot. Oh, except we have people with stealth rigs. They really should be taking this, not me, because they're more efficient. daily completion than I am, or at objective completion than I am. So I'm just gonna casually head over here. This spot is theoretically slightly easier, although great if somebody would to pick up where I left off there. Who is spoiling the party? Oh. Oh, hello. Okay, now I'm the problem.
Fragment up. Gaining a flat line.
Okay, I'm gonna get out of here because, yeah, as I said, I'm making this more difficult for the entire team at the moment. So let's not make that any more of an issue. Oh, hello. Still we're making progress there. Uh-oh. My tiny sliver of health. Obviously, if that Krogan had hit us, we would have been dead.
Almost done.
That's how you kill teammates on plat. Fortunately, it did not happen. It would be best if someone else did this. Take that berserker. Ow. Ow. Please don't reciprocate.
Ascendant!
Uh-oh. Turns out it is a bit of a party at the objective. Ow. Here you see, especially with no damage boosters. By the time what pure flamethrower goes through their shields, it is almost completely out of duration. Distract that booster. Potentially causing some trouble. Though there is possibly a Hydra issue there, and that's what's really causing the trouble. And this berserker. Just land a quick hand check. Make sure you pay attention to me, not the person in the objective area. Thank you.
Upload complete. Good
There
job,
we go.
Apex. Almost done. Squad member down. Teammate injured.
Oh, I just saw that one, Soccer. That was that from when our Turian was doing a little dance when we were taking cover a while back. I missed your comment at the time. Oh. I don't know though. Charlie.
Three more to go.
I feel like maybe not. It's been a long time since I've had a Charlie. Thankfully, it's been a long time since I've had a Charlie horse. So maybe I'm just out of practice, for lack of a better way of phrasing it. Not that that's something I like to practice. Also, I feel like that's a slang term that probably is confusing,
Stay sharp.
greatly confusing people who are unfamiliar with it. Now I'm trying to come up with a technical definition for what a Charlie horse is, and I'm gonna fall very short of the mark. It's basically
Get to the extraction site.
usually when you get hit fairly hard in your thigh. Typically happening, at least in my case, in sports. Like someone knees you in the thigh or something like that quite hard and hits you in the muscle. but it just affects your muscle in this weird way where it just sort of gets sort of tight and painful. And for some reason, I have no idea what the history of it is, and I have no idea where the term came from geographically, but that got called a Charlie horse, at least in the US. But I have a feeling that term is a little old, so there may be, I don't know how often it's really used nowadays, and I get the feeling that it's just a US thing. I don't know. Maybe not. People from other parts of the world know what a quote-unquote Charlie horse is? And if so, then you know how poorly I just described it.
Squad member down.
Oh, I was about to say, I knew those were coming, and I was trying to get in cover in time. Not get annihilated. Might have avoided precisely one projectile. That might have been exactly what I needed to live. Car door hitting your leg. Yeah, I mean, basically anything that's blunt force that hits your leg, your thigh, pretty hard. I assume it's something about your quadricep muscle, just the way that it in particular tends to react to that kind of thing, and I don't know why it just tends to be that one particular place.
All targets down, everyone standing. Drinks around
That
me.
one particular part of the body more so than any other. I don't know. I mean, it's a big muscle. Technically it's multiple muscles. That's why it's called the quadriceps lids. Look, you know what I mean. So yeah, not that I go out of my way to try to experience a Charlie horse. Fortunately, it has been a while. Okay, we did get tech mastery there. Yeah, I am no doctor either. So do not take any of this as medical advice or definitive information in any way. It's just a poor layman's description of a phenomenon. Alright, well, let me know if anyone is interested in getting in. If so, we can certainly branch off into our own lobby and do whatever it is you guys would like to do. Otherwise, might stick around with these guys. Or at least, we have a lobby with these guys, which is saying something. And I have seen them several times before, so I am familiar playing with them. It is, they are sticking up with Plat, so it is good for credit acquisition purposes. Maybe now we'll switch off. I mean, we could do this just to do the biotic power setting off tech combos that technically count as biotic mastery points, except that doesn't really matter because we don't have biotic mastery as daily today. So I don't know if that really makes a difference. Yeah, we'll go here. Are we the only oh no, one other non-infiltrator. Okay. Yeah, we'll try not to make this person's life miserable by having them take all the aggro. We will take some of the aggro as well. That means throw on some of this stuff. Actually take some boosters this time round. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if there's technically the equivalent of a Charlie horse with other muscles. In which case, I don't know if it would have a different name. I mean, again, that is not the correct technical medical terminology, not by any means. But would there be different slang if there were a similar phenomenon with other muscles / parts of the body? I don't know. I've only ever heard to it referring to that one particular area, so I feel like, for whatever reason, that's just far and away more common. Oh, I also thought that was... Okay. We are no longer the Turian agent. It would be helpful to remember this. That's a little annoying, because I did feel like we were behind that cover. I did feel like...
I'm grateful.
Yes, with that part there, but more so with the earlier moment when we took most of the damage that we were taking damage faster than we were supposed to. Jeez. Potential concern, of course.
Genetic surveying devices in your area. Let's find and disable them.
Ow. Oh, okay, well, that works. That's great. We'll just be the decoy. We'll take the aggro, don't worry. Oh, okay, don't even have the option to get revived. Wonderful. Well, mission accomplished? Question mark?
One problem gone.
That's the other person who is not an infiltrator. I mean, maybe the takeaway from that is just leave the objectives to the infiltrators. It's kind of their job, but I mean, we would have been fine. Maybe. Definitely a certified oof moment. I would tend to agree.
All enemy devices are now offline.
Something about how we were under the barricade, or behind the barricade at the same time as well, which made it look like it was a barricade bubble. Basically the same colors. It just looked particularly unusual, the way that it lined up perfectly like that. It's the advanced bubble strats.
3 left. Go get 'em.
Technology, I should say.
All enemies clear. Keep it up.
Alright. Up from the nap. Oh, okay.
Enemies incoming.
Mostly just to prevent him from shooting me. He's not primed. Actually, didn't really want to go flying that far. I just wanted to knock him on the ground so I could shoot him more safely. Not gonna lie, I did do a bit of a double take when I started hearing the sync kill sound effect. I was like, it doesn't look like you're attacking me, but at the same time, can I really be sure?
How are my shields down?
Three more to go.
Oh, send. some reason, I thought that was the last one.
Enemies down. Keep your guard up.
Oh no. Having PTSD.
The enemy's tapping into civilian comm traffic. We need to take out their...
Surely this time, everything will be fine. Meanwhile, our teammate, who is an infiltrator, right next to me is like, really? Really, man? We've been through this before, haven't we? Oh, also, it's over here. Oh, for a second, I thought we had the big cloak.
One problem gone.
They're shooting. How are my shields down?
Can we from this angle? No. You can, though.
Nearly through. Enemy tech is deactivated. Objective complete.
Whoa! Hello. Fortunately, it was only a relatively small teleport on that occasion, though there's potential cause for alarm. Cause for concern going forward. Oh wow, yeah, we've been doing a whole lot of nothing in this match thus far.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
No,
How are
yeah,
my shields down?
that was kind of to be expected. Did get
Thanks.
shields back from
Nice job,
energy
Apex.
drain, but
Keep it going.
our shield gate had not regenerated yet, I don't think. Had not come off cooldown.
Enemies incoming.
There's a hydra.
What? What just happened?
Get cover.
That's gonna hurt. Oh, we do also have, I mean, it's not all the aggro. We do have one other non-infiltrator, but we do a somewhat disproportionately large percentage of the aggro. You know what?
How are my shields down?
Stay behind that. Should mean if I could actually hit enemies that are standing still directly in front of me. Bet. Should mean that we have lots of opportunities to hit enemies. Because we're gonna have a whole lot of people surrounding us. Doesn't necessarily felt like the case though. It's just generally been bad execution. I think it's been a skill issue, you know? Is basically what I'm saying. To attack you. Probably a knowledge issue. Okay. That's annoying. Oh, why, hello there.
Get cover.
Angel for my nightmare.
Just 3
Oh
hostiles
dear.
remaining.
The Krogan from the background of the icebreaker. The unsuspecting victim
Thanks.
of enemies who you don't want to kill at the beginning of the wave, but now that there's only 3 enemies left, we can do it, so it's okay.
Nice job, Apex. Keep it going.
Where'd he go? I miss you, I miss you.
We detected mission critical data. Find the location and upload the
I will.
intel.
Oh, I was gonna say I'll attempt to hold down the fort here despite not having any cloaking ability, but went downhill pretty quickly.
No shields out.
You know, I'm just gonna try to drag the. Oh no, don't drag him over there. Never mind. I didn't realize we had another objective spot over there. My bad. I'll bring him over here. I will just be a decoy. Nothing more, nothing less. I thought it. Yes, okay, I did.
Cover my shields
Ow.
down.
Hang in there, Apex.
Technically don't really want to be killing a lot of enemies.
Cover my shields down.
Then they're going to respawn and potentially end up in places that are
They're
more of
firing.
a problem for our teammates.
Upload complete. Good job, Apex. Hang in there, Apex.
Yeah, protect the silvers. And take out Chrome Sap now if we want.
3 more to go.
Build shields out.
Sensors clear for now. Great shooting. Shuttle incoming. Get to the extraction zone.
Lots of stuff here. Why did that not register as an enemy at first? As in register in my brain. Not in game, in the brain. That is an enemy that would be better leaving alive with its disabled targeting system, but it's a little too late for that now.
They're shooting.
Oh, hello. I just accidentally high-fived that observer, or headbutted. Not really sure what part of our body we hit it with, but I did accidentally crash into it a bit.
Get safe.
Did you just see him do a little flip? A split second after we took him out? Just reanimated his corpse. Okay, 20 seconds. Mindful now. It's not a lot of time. Also, there is a little bit of stuff going on over there. Might make it a little trickier to get over into the LZ.
All targets down. Everyone standing. Drinks are
It's a
out.
little spicy in the LZ, but we made it out. Well, let me know if anyone else would like to get in In which case, we can make a new lobby and set it up with whatever you guys would like. Otherwise, if not, I may potentially just stick around with these guys because we have a group. And we'll see what they go with. I mean, we're all set with the Icebreaker dailies. They may have been doing 2 matches for that. They're going for... Okay, this is the gold Apex, not the plat Apex. It's 1 life to live, which is still quite nasty. It's Vertigo, Remnant, Gold. Okay, might even stick with this character. Today's Apex missions. The gold is 1 life to live. The plat is glass jaw. It doesn't get much worse than that. And that may be what they're eyeing next if we are to finish this one here. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see how this goes. 1 step at a time. There's no need to rush. It's like learning to fly or playing Vertigo. It's gonna happen, but it's not gonna happen if we all wipe on the same wave. Okay, any attempt to recreate, any attempt to spoof that song went out the window. I deviated way too far from it. It's like, no, any rhyming scheme is gone. Any rhythm or syllable similarities, nope. Those are gone too. At this point, the spoof is completely botched. Parody is over. Okay. This is 1 life to live. Remind myself of that. Don't get too carried away. Now, that being said, I would appreciate if I didn't have to chase the enemies all the way around the map because they insist on running away from me.
Cover my shields down.
Which is a problem, because I did rely on that. I was planning on relying on that for energy drain. Give me shields back, and then it didn't. And that's why I died. So that's actually really annoying. Probably was avoidable. Enemy was going low on health, so I shouldn't have relied on that, but I did nonetheless. Ultimately, it is a careless mistake. The kind of mistake one should be mindful not to do on 1 life to live, which is exactly why I was making that point at the beginning. Fortunately, it's just gold, not plat, so the margin for error is a little larger.
Enemies down. Keep your guard up.
And then the other thing about 1 life to live if you do go down in a wave is the earlier it happens, obviously, the worse it is. It's a longer time you're sitting out, yes, so selfishly that's a thing, but more so, I mean, that if you die to the last enemy, then hopefully your teammates can take out that last enemy. It's not a huge deal. However, if you die at the very beginning, then they're basically doing the entire wave with 1 less person. If you have multiple people who die very early, then suddenly you are asking a lot more of the rest of your team. Especially on plat, that's when things go downhill very quickly. Okay. Siphon would probably have made a difference as well. Let's make more points.
Just 3 hostiles remaining. Enemies down. data sources. Get them uploaded before we lose the connection.
Okay. I don't remember what character other people took. I should have taken more note of that. At least some people are still using stealth grid characters.
That's a destroyer.
It is gold, not plat, so it's not strictly forbidden to do this, but you're an Ingar Avenger, I can tell. You're also, I'm pretty sure, an Ingar Avenger, so I think we have 2 Avengers, us with the base Sentinel, and then this person I think was the Batarian Scrapper last time, that might still be the Batarian Scrapper. That would explain why they are. Person who is not doing one of the objectives at the moment.
Fragment uploaded. Hang in there, Apex.
Get cover.
Ours is Russell, you just
Data received.
yes,
That's a wrap.
doing that.
Almost done. Just 3 hostiles remaining.
If you die there in the last
We're
enemy,
tracking reinforcements.
hopefully not a big deal. You die at the very beginning of, especially of an objective wave, and suddenly the rest of the team has to get an objective done with fewer people. That becomes more of a challenge.
Destroyer.
Wait, why am I back on the puzzle? I don't remember switching back to Concussive after having said that, yeah, we probably should be on Siphon. Buddy.
Get safe.
What a pass. We may not have priming stuff. Certainly needs to. Powerful. Anything's possible.
3 more to go.
What? Ah, yes.
That hurt them. Be ready.
Like, I know there's something meleeing me.
Hostiles en route.
Find safer ground.
Okay, excuse me, I was about to say that Nullifier was just standing there so conveniently, not doing anything to stop me from shooting him.
No shield out.
And the Breacher, of all things, had to move. I'm not sure was aimed at anything. I'm gonna be honest with you. That was supposed to be hitting one of these eyes of Sauron.
No shields out.
No.
Get safe.
More so on that one. By being better aim. Not actually land on anything, I don't think.
Destroyer.
Right.
Enemies down. Keep your guard up.
Okay. So I think with just hack, meaning only one spot,
Sources say key data is
definitely gonna
scattered
leave that
around
up
this area.
to
Find and recover that
stealth
data.
grid people. provide some support fire if they do anyone up there. Listen to that guard. Stay alive so that we are a distraction. And again, technically speaking, not killing the enemies would be preferable here, because then they aren't going to respawn and are less likely to affect their teammates. Not sure we got that luxury. Still have to let me completely kill this guy.
Got all the data.
There we go.
Three more to go.
Oh, I honestly thought they missiled there.
Be ready.
Power of sticky grenade, though. It's probably more damage than a missile, to be fair. Stacking multiple sticky grenades, certainly.
We're done here. Get yourself to the LZ.
Now that is a little hard to break through. Not gonna let. There we go. Let's get rid of one. That's discouraging there. You know.
My shield failed.
Thanks for no thanks. Hey, buddy. Fix this knuckle sandwich.
No shields out.
Oh, that's where the other end was. I knew that. Ow.
Shields down.
Stop bullying me. There are 3 nullifiers shooting me right now. All from different angles.
Get safe.
1 nullifier, maybe even 2. That's dodgeable. That was a little bit different, though. Oh, hey, guys.
Get safe.
Ow.
That's how Apex gets it done. Come on home.
So that's the gold 1 life to live Apex. So we checked that one off. I personally am less of a fan of 1 life to live than Glassjaw. I know for many people that I think they are clear cut in a different tier of their own in terms of how difficult and annoying they are to play. Maybe other people put something else in that same category, but I don't think anything else comes anywhere near those two. But I would actually put 1 life to live as more difficult / frustrating than Glassjaw. And I think there are some other people who would flip that around. Of course, now I'm jinxing this. For this one, I must say, I'm very tempted to take a stealth grid character so that it is a lot easier to avoid any meleeing enemies. being the only non-stealth grid character would be horrible. There's at least one other, so we're not attracting 100% of the enemy's aggro, but we are attracting 50% of the enemy's aggro, and make no mistake, that is still going to make this very challenging. So generally, I would say that means the Plat 1 Life to Live or Plat Glassjaw, those are the ones that I save the ultra rare consumables for. Alright, we're gonna try without an infiltrator on this one. Usually I would go Huntress in this situation. So this could get pretty painful, but we're gonna see. And that's, I think, in large part because this other non-infiltrator guy, we don't want to make this that person the only non-infiltrator, because then we're gonna make their life a living nightmare. Now we're just gonna share the living nightmare, and collectively we'll make it marginally not as nightmarish. Make no mistake, though, as a non-infiltrator, we absolutely will get hit with melee damage and get knocked down by that numerous times. We will be relying very heavily on these Angara Avengers to help get us back up and get us out of trouble when we do get overrun by melee eligible enemies, melee capable enemies. Not sure what the holdup is for them, other than that, yes, this is a particularly challenging mission, and therefore one that you would think you would want to prepare for appropriately, throwing on the ultra rare consumables for almost everyone here. One person going with, are those gold or are those actually bronze? If that's bronze, then that is bold. That person is already readied. Not sure if they're doing voice chat or something like that, which I've disabled right now. For all I know, they're trying to lay out a plan or something like that, and I cannot hear anything that they are saying. In which case, sorry. Obviously, this is not our first rodeo, although this is definitely not the conventional way, or at least our character. It's not the conventional way to approach this type of mission. It will require some even more caution than what we had in the previous match, which obviously, at least a little bit there, we messed up a bit. But more importantly, really, for the objective waves, we need to be disciplined there and make sure that we're either helping out where possible or helping out indirectly by kiting enemies away from the objective areas. Since we are not an infiltrator, we definitely do not want to sabotage hacks or uploads. Maybe we can get away with contributing toward one of the uploads for a little bit. At least progressing it while our other teammates that can focus on the other spots. The fact that we appear to be, okay, I was going to say frozen on that loading screen is not a great sign. But we are in now. So, I could not tell you when the last time I did a flat glass jaw without infiltrator was. May require a little bit of learning on the fly here. Like, I'm just thinking about how mobile do we want to be. Ooh, Oddies. Okay. So Oddies are the most terrifying enemy. in this mission because they can one-shot us or nearly one-shot us with even basic attacks, and they will run straight up to you to melee you. They're very aggressive, and they're potentially very numerous. And I would rather jump off the edge of the map than get hit by them. Nope, I didn't place the barricade in time. I saw him coming. It was close. But he got me. Fortunately, of course,
Grateful.
they do go down fairly quickly. But there is that.
Just 3 hostiles
But
remaining.
make no mistake, they are by far the most dangerous enemy. Them and obviously the Wraiths as well. There are other enemies, bigger enemies, that technically do have melee abilities. Some that you may not have realized count as melee, but they absolutely get the bonus damage from Glass Jaw. It's just that those enemies are generally less numerous and easier to avoid. Okay, but on flat, obviously, you do get a lot of boss enemies still. Hack, which means we are definitely not going over there. Our job is to try to kite enemies over here. This is one of those. Pardon my bad pronunciation here, but cave K-men kind of matches. Something like that. You'll have to excuse me for not knowing what a proper Latin accent is. You will also have to excuse me because I did not study Latin.
My shield failed?
Destroyers do have a melee. They can delete us very quickly. At least the base destroyers are not that fast. The progenitors, now they are a problem. This technically, it is Remnant, okay. That means yes, we may see some of those. In fact, we absolutely will see some of those.
They're firing. Get safe.
Squad member down.
Oh, I was about to say our teammates are getting close. Oh, that's naughty sound. Not gonna lie, I did just have an idea of how to avoid the oddies on this map. It's generally not a great place to go because for anything other than meleeing enemies, or avoiding enemies who are capable of melee, it's probably
3 more to go.
a very bad place to be. The thought did occur to me. Might show you in between waves.
Good. Stay sharp.
Usually this is not a very effective place to go, but you can go up here.
Hostiles en route.
I'm pretty sure the oddies cannot get us here. There might not be anything that can melee us up there. But on the other hand, it's hard to attack any enemies, and you are still very susceptible to taking ranged attacks. But, I mean, if you're just concerned about melee and nothing else, in which case, you know, on Glass Jaw, that's fair. Maybe that's actually the way to do it. Grateful that it did not choose to chase us down. Let's just shoot at everything and miss everything. That's what I was thinking would be a good strategy in this situation. Old strategy.
They're firing.
Sharpshooters can punch. Unlike the nemesis in Mass Effect 3, who will do any and everything to avoid being next to you, sharpshooters will occasionally forget the whole sharpshooting thing and just decide, nah, I'm gonna actually chase after you to punch you. A little bit. They will potentially chase you.
Detected in the mission area. Find and
Okay,
return
pizza is
to
good. Still gonna leave that up to our infiltrator teammates.
artifact is secure.
Theoretically, the easiest of various objectives. Oh, I did not know there was a Hydra missling us at that point in time. That was complete luck, I'm gonna be honest with you. I was dropping that barricade because of that anointing,
Artifact recovered.
not because of the Hydra.
Teammate injured.
I was just thinking to myself, I wasn't sure if that counted as melee. The exploding creature. Don't think it does, otherwise that definitely would have killed us.
Hang in there, Apex. Artifact is secure.
Space member. White is chasing us right now.
I'm reading a flat line.
Where'd it go? Did it just phase through the wall? Or is it that one?
All
Might be that
objects accounted for. Objective complete.
one. Uh-oh. That was close. That was not an enemy.
Relay. Go get him.
Bad time. But remember, it's always faster to switch to your secondary.
Enemies down. Keep your guard up. Hostiles en route.
No shields out.
Reading a flat line.
That's not what I'm aiming for what it's worth. Ooh, yep. This is the Wraith plus Savage Wave, but more importantly, the Wraith Wave.
No
They
shields out.
obviously can be tricky to see. He says as a Wraith sneaks up on it. Yep.
Teammate
Oh. I knew the first one was there. I did not know the second one was there.
Squad member down.
Hey, Infiltrator Gang. Mind paying us a quick visit over here in non-Infiltrator land? There may or may not be some... Oh, okay. Some invisible space dogs.
appreciate it.
I was gonna say, they revived the other guy first and watched us bleed out. I've been a little frustrated. Owie, oh dear. Well that was bad for a multitude of reasons. Let's try that one again, shall we? Oh, someone poked the progenitor. Uh-oh. That's not good.
Reading a flat line.
Yeah, we don't want to.
Squad member down.
Uh-oh. No, please let me vault this cover.
Shields failed.
Wait, where? Oh, there. Okay. They are there, and also our teammate was already reviving. Red observers do not progress the wave budget at all. It's not much to be gained from attacking them other than just inflating our score. That's pretty much all it does. And by temporary. Of course. This guy, oh no, don't kill him. I did weaken him, so I encouraged doing that, but I deliberately stopped. See, it's just gonna respawn with full health and kill him now. Ow. Oh,
I'm reading a flat
yep.
line.
Did not know it was there until I heard him, and by then, it was definitely too late.
I'm grateful.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
Okay, now we can take out the oh, we probably killed the original ones there. You see this one respawned with full health and all turrets and all that stuff. Which, you know, we'll manage, but technically does mean fighting more enemies, including by far the most difficult one. More time. Stop aiming at me. Oh my god. Not. Unless one of our teammates is behind us. And, oh, yeah, that's why the progenitor is a problem. That counts as melee. And it's fast, so it can chase you down to do that. Technically, the progenitor is probably the most dangerous of all the enemies. It's just, unfortunately, not one that you see very often. Not a great place for it to be right now, so attempt to bait the enemies out of that area. And if I have to die to do it, then, well, hopefully, it's just it serves a purpose. Allows our teammate to get the objective there, which seems like it can. All perfectly according to plan. Maybe ideally living a little bit more. Oh.
Hang in there, Apex.
Get the taking ability, which, since you can still see, oh. Am I done again? Fix us? Nope. No, we're still taking this one. The fact that our tech armor still shows up makes it a little clear. Yeah. Sounds? Yeah, that's why. Don't pass the Krogan. But I had ya. I was on my way. Ow. Yeah, that's how you kill teammates. By Krogan. Saying something along those lines in the previous match when we were in Infiltrator. Have an enemy that locks on to you with some kind of powerful ability like the Destroyer slash...
Time to go. Get to the extraction.
I guess not really Progenitor, but Destroyer or Hydra big ranged attacks.
Squad member down.
Have them locking onto you for that. And then just before they actually finish the animation and launch the attack, you cloak. And that means the
I'm reading a flat line.
bodies will one-shot you. No. It means that those enemies will, at the last second just before doing the attack, they'll change targets to one of your teammates, who may very well be unsuspecting because that enemy was not originally attacking them, and they did not have any reason to think that it would. So in that way, you basically kill your teammates. Save yourself in the process, yes. Potentially. But kill your teammates along the way. You need to be a little bit careful.
Squad member down.
Oh! I was like, was it the Ascendant? I wouldn't have thought so. Then I saw that it said Progenitor, turned around, I was like, oh no. This is not good. This is not good.
Teammate injured.
That is what I would call a problem. It is time to go. Not as in extract, but as in get the heck away from that Progenitor.
My shield failed?
I am now trapped though, especially because there were Audis sneaking up behind me who nearly got me. This was slightly longer.
They're firing!
No way, Audi. What?
How are
Oh!
my shields down?
You've gotta be kidding me. That's immensely frustrating. Last possible second. I'm even looking forward at. Well, I deliberately killed one of the Audis that was potentially going to do just that. So I was like, okay, make sure I kill this one before we extract so that it doesn't do what we just saw. Then I saw the other one that was coming in behind it and thought, it's far enough away, we're probably safe, but I'll make sure that I shoot that just to be sure that it doesn't poke someone to death at the last second. Obviously, of course, I don't know that there is a different Audi that is sneaking up behind me that does, in fact, give me a little nibble in the butt at the last possible second. And I did revive as soon as I went down, but was not fast enough. So that stinks. We do still get credit for completing the Plat Apex. We get a little bit less XP and credits. Not that that's a huge deal, but it still doesn't feel great for that to be possibly the last frame it could have made us. Oh, man. That is frustrating. When you're deliberately trying to do things to avoid that exact thing from happening, only for it to happen nonetheless for completely unexpected reasons. It's like, well, that's not what I was looking for. All right. Well, that does mean we are done with the Plat Apex. We're done with Gold and Plat Apexes. I suppose we could go for Silver or Bronze if either of those are of interest, but those, I mean, at that level, tend to be quite strike teamable. But if anyone would like to jump in, I know we're in a full lobby right now. I've been going with these guys for a little while, so we can certainly branch off and do whatever else people might want to do, but if not, then we can stick around with these guys. Whatever you all prefer. I know we've been doing a fair bit of Plat as of late, or Plat and Gold, but we can go on whatever difficulty you guys prefer. Just probably rather not do the either Gold or Plat Apex again today, because they're pretty nasty, as we just saw. Oh, man. Okay. Let's see. They're switching it up. Still Plat, but Sandstorm and ooh. They're really voluntarily choosing Outlaw? Gross. Gross. They're double avenging it up. And then we have this person who just joined us there on the Jug. I don't want to go Infiltrator and then make that other person be the only non-infiltrator. But I also have used this base Sentinel for new matches now, so I'd kind of like to switch that. In which case, maybe I'll do you. Could go with a Juggernaut of my own, but double check. We could go the Crusader route. It's obviously a little different. Does mean we're gonna want to mix up the consumables a little bit here. What do I usually take for the other one on this guy? Oh, targeting VI? I mean, the Crusader is accurate, I guess. I feel like maybe I just didn't take a second booster on this guy, even on plat. Elemental ammo, but he can't detonate. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, as we established, cannot detonate. Shields. I mean, you could. Universal power amp technically does give you a little bit of weapon damage as well, although those are usually in pretty high demand. Feels like it's a little wasted.
We need to secure this position. Enemies on the move. Be ready.
Alright, this is not detonatable, damaging fortify for what it's worth. I was about to say, let's check how much damage this does, and then I just missed, so it dealt none. Like, oh, okay, that's not a great sign. Yeah, we are a fortify pure defense, and then turbocharge. That's no sound for this guy. Man, my aim is so bad. Also, that was a pretty nice yoga pose we just saw there. what is he doing with the leg? He's still doing more yoga.
Appreciate it.
Oh, no. Big Storm, how are you? How that was interesting. Hey, that Audi just started glitching all over the place, as did that guy, to a certain extent.
Reload. We're tracking reinforcements.
Yeah, it's weird, because in Mass Effect 3, the Crusader has perfect, like, quite literally pinpoint accuracy. It has a slight delay, which can complicate that a little bit, but but technically it is the most accurate weapon, I guess we say, or at least there's no weapon that is more accurate than mine. He's some other stuff that also has perfect accuracy, in which case it's tied to that. Oh, hello. What? What just happened?
Teammate injured.
What just happened?
Target eliminated.
Oh man. Oh man.
Oh, you won.
Oh boy. That was interesting. Oh, I found the target. But yeah, what I was starting to get at was that in Mass Effect, that's not the direction I meant to dodge, although I'm shocked that we survived that. What I was trying to get at is that in Mass Effect 3, I may be used to the Crusader for that basically having pinpoint perfect accuracy. That may not be the case in Andromeda. Maybe it is. I might be spoiled.
Target down. Good work.
Mass Effect 3 I'm not gonna lie. At first, I saw the lights for that Hydra. I thought it was an observer. Then I realized it had more lights than an observer, and the lights were a little bit bigger. The enemy overall, maybe the lights are actually. The enemy overall was bigger.
Good. Stay sharp.
Yes, I did go back deliberately. Although it's a little different when it's the end of the wave and not the end of the match overall. It actually could have killed us. Yeah, big picture though. I do still think the Crusaders strong. Is it just me? Was that the world's most powerful jetpack that we just witnessed in this Berserker? Oh, I thought I timed the dodge. Usually you are actually supposed to dodge into that. Apparently not on that occasion. Are we about to get Hydro Missiled again? So we are still only one of 2 non-infiltrators, which does mean we have more of the enemy aggro. Not all of it, but a lot of it. Oh, oops. I used to heal a health pack, which I was thinking about doing, but didn't actually intend on using. What I intended to do was switch to the... Ow.
I'm reading a flatline.
Oh my goodness, that was a comedy of errors. I thought about it in the back of my mind. I thought, I'll be fine if I just switch to the siphon weapon. And then I pressed the heal button when we might have been back at full health and full shields instead of pressing the siphon button. And then we died anyway. So it was all just... a little bit unfortunate in that way. Oh, the enemy right next to me. I'm feeling the extra aggro right now, I can tell you that. That was a deliberate heal for sure that time. Multiplayer. That would have been a grab opportunity in Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. Still don't understand why they got rid of that in Andromeda.
Enemy's clear. Stay alert.
Best feature they had in Mass Effect. How could you remove it for no good reason?
Find artifacts and return to the drop point. Marking first location on your HUD.
But yeah, the animated emotes that I added, oh gosh, how long was that? Probably a couple of months or so. Maybe more than that, maybe 3 months. You have a couple of options for how you can upload those. One of which is you create a GIF. No, I refuse to take a stand on whether it's a hard G or a soft G sound. Maybe we're over this collectively as a society, but I don't know if we are, so I'm choosing not to fight that in that war. One way is to basically create a GIF to animate something in a more customizable way in that way, because you have some control over, and if you know how to create those in the first place, you have some control over what type of animation it looks like. But if you don't do that, then Twitch has a couple of preset types of animations. Some basic things like, you upload a static image and it just scrolls up, it scrolls down, it scrolls left, it scrolls right. Things like that. Most of the animations are pretty basic in that case, but if you're just looking for some basic animations and you otherwise are not sure how to make GIFs, then it's an option. So when I started making some animated emotes for Mass Effect 3 and Mass Effect Andromeda, one of those preset animations was something that just makes the image go all over the place, shake like crazy in every direction. And so naturally, first thing I thought of when I saw that was, oh, that's absolutely naughty. It has to be the Audi emote.
Good. Stay sharp.
It doesn't happen every time, but there absolutely are times when the Audis just, they grab you and your character goes glitching back and forth through a wall halfway across the map. And maybe when the grab animation is done, you end up outside of the map. And then once the game kicks you out from being outside of the map, you load back in a totally different place. Just definitely not what we just experienced a couple of minutes ago. It is definitely the reason why I use that preset animation for Audis. No, he's not dead. What the heck happened to that dude? Just came tumbling down right in front of us. Oh, ow. Did we have piercing on this with our mods? I don't remember if we did. Ow. That's because it would be useful to be able to shoot through some of this. Oh! Cover. First, I thought it was just the saboteurs over there that were shooting at me. Then I realized there was a Hydra behind me. And that's a little bit different. How did that just... We're getting a few strange things happening. We are off-host, of course, which does potentially lend itself to a little more chaos. Like, even that. Not as big a deal that time. Just a little strange sometimes. Yeah, I definitely don't use it as much as I ought to. I don't use it very often in general, but this is basically my dedicated character board, so Hey, resistance stuff. Not effective. I think that may have just more or less confirmed that we don't have piercing. Ground pound. Hey, buddy. No, I wanted that to get the kill so bad.
All enemies clear. Keep it up.
Oh, okay, admittedly, I may have been leaning away slash scooching away from the microphone a little bit, so that might be user error on my part a little bit. That is good to know. Slid a little closer now, so might be a little bit better. Otherwise, if they change any of the audio settings, shouldn't be any different settings-wise. Such is the nature of microphone audio-related things. I am no sound engineer, and it's surprising how much even the slightest of variables can make some pretty significant changes. Yeah, I think I was just leaning back then. Oh, right, the other Hydra. The other thing, when I do use turbocharge, which, again, I need to do more often, is I'm not used to the increased rate of fire you get when you do it. So sometimes, even though I can press the shoot button more often, not doing it as much as I ought to be. Okay, I was about to say this is maybe a situation in which As one of the non-infiltrators in the party, I probably should not be hanging out here in the first place. You know, I really wanted to be ducking down in cover there. Fortunately, this did still do the trick, though. It's like, I'm not going to go to that spot. If anything, I'm going to go to the opposite spot. And we'll see if those Hydra missiles were aimed at us. Apparently not. Okay, that was a little bit of a head-scratcher.
Good job, Apex.
Add that to the list of things that weren't quite right, animation-wise, in this match. The list is growing pretty long. Ow. Ow. Yeah.
Squad member down.
Even that? Even our bodies still flopping around long after we go down. Yeah, normal, non-Mimi grenade. Still, it's a level 1 crack grenade, so it's not.
3 more to go.
Oh,
I'm reading a flat line.
I did not know that was shooting at us.
I'm reading a flat line. Nice one.
Okay. Don't know if those were intended for us or not. Certainly is. I thought I had a split second longer. I was wrong.
That hurt them. Be ready. Squad member down.
What? Oh, the explosion of the Blaze Hydra. Oh. That's
Time to go. Get to the extraction
That's
site.
awkward. Ow. Yeah, this is not a great place to be standing. Nor is this, really.
Teammate injured.
Wait for it. Oh, dear. Run from it. Wait for it, then run from it. Those two things, one of those things might have led to the other thing. And still. All the better to shoot, my dear. That looks like a fun time. Don't worry, I'll help. Ever so slightly. Oh, right, that's the edge of the map. Oh, I was actually curious. I activated turbocharge right before I jumped off the map. I wasn't sure if it was gonna keep it active or if it was gonna go away once I spawned back in. That's how to miss the enemy. Yes. How about how to hit it? I thought I might have been able to hit through that gap. Oh.
Watch out.
Might not even.
Squad member down.
Okay. Excuse me. Thank you. Okay, now please don't missile me to death at the last second.
Gets it done. Come on, hold.
It almost happened. What with what happened last time? Wicked Witch Red Riding. Oh, Grandma. What a large crusader you have. Oh, the better to shoot the outlaws with, my dear. Alright, well, I'm happy to hop out of this lobby if anyone does want to convene from chat. Speaking of familiar faces. But if you have to go Data Storm, no worries. Catch you later. I suppose there is now room in this lot. There's now plenty of room in this lobby. If anyone would like to hop in. They know the signal? Wow. I'm surprised. I thought they were a relatively new player. Maybe they just picked up on it quickly, or maybe they came up with it all by themselves. Kids these days. They grow up so fast. Alright, so let me check what the silver apex is. That may have reset. No, okay. Well, at least I'd already send out a strike team for it. We could do it. It's pistol skirmish on Vertigo against Outlaw. We did that one. Why does that not say completed? We did do this. And I definitely did extract from that one. This is the one that, if anything, one could have potentially thought that it did not count. It still gives you the credit for it, even if you personally do not extract, as long as you have at least one person on your team who does. So, one way or another, yes, this should have worked. It's just strange that that one doesn't say that. Maybe it's because I have a strike team that may have finished doing its thing for it. Oh, wait. The, like, custom challenge? Is that what you mean, Sovgren? Did I forget to activate that? I thought I did. Or maybe that's not what you were referring to. One sec, I'll double check. Regardless, that is active. That should be an option. Under the strike teams, yeah. I think that's why. I think it's just because this, although I did it in game, we sent out this strike team who has failed, though fortunately it does not matter much since we did still get it done, and no negative trait, thankfully, because I guess we can't. If I do this, you can still see. What team was that? Was that Heroes? It might have been. Rather not get an extra negative trait on them. You know? Preferably. I've never reset my strike teams. These are the strike teams I've had from the onset. That one might be the worst in terms of negative traits, but it might not be. Might be these guys. I mean, all of them are getting pretty bad at this point. There might be. That one's not that bad. That one is a little bit better. This one, a little bit better as well. This one, that's a lot of negative traits. This one, I think, has a lot as well. Oh my god, yeah, I think this one takes the cake. Hold on, how many negative traits is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait. There's so much overflow from one line to the next, it's actually hard to tell. Hold on. Outlaw Hysteria, that's 1. Corruptible, that's 2. Timid, that's 3. Cowardly, that's 4. Berserker is 5. Hero Complex, 6. Remnant Hysteria, 7. Ket Hysteria, 8. Xenophobe, 9. Poor Intelligence, 10. Shell Shocked, 11. Careless, 12. Reluctant Soldier, no, Injured Teammate, 13. Reluctant Soldier, 14. I probably missed one of them there and messed up the count, but about 14 negative traits. Take him out back. I mean, I remember in the early stages when I first got a negative trait or two on some of my teams, I started doing tried to do some of the math to figure out, okay, well, if this team is a little bit less efficient, then how many additional missions am I going to fail or not be able to do because of that? Is that going to be more impactful or less impactful than spending 200 mission funds, I think is what it takes to replace your last team, because the first team is not that expensive, second is more expensive, so on and so forth, until you get to the end where the final team is very expensive. So in a way, if you're trying to make it as low cost as possible to recycle all of your teams, you kind of want to do them all at once. Then, of course, that means you have a bunch of teams starting at level 1, and then it becomes significantly more difficult to do a bunch of strike teams missions. So, I don't know. Obviously, I haven't done that myself because I have delayed. And at the time, I had figured, well, you would have to fail a whole lot of missions before replacing the team would pay off for the 200 mission fund cost. But at this point, I think we've gotten far enough along that, yeah, one would probably benefit from getting rid of those. It's also interesting because the way that this menu is set up, it curves like that, right? So if you have just a couple of traits, positive or negative, then you don't experience the circular curve all that much, but so many negative traits that it's practically, a full wheel, a full Rolodex of just negative traits. So, fun fact, in case you couldn't tell, there is a hard cap on positive traits. You cannot exceed, 6? Stealthy, grizzled veteran, fearless, outlaw specialist, precise. No, that's 5, right? I thought it was 6. But no, apparently it's 5 is the cap for positive traits. And for a long time, I had thought that 5 was also the cap for negative traits, because I didn't have any teams that had more than 5 traits. It seemed like I was just sort of stuck with the maximum on both sides. Then, eventually, I did get someone who broke that 5 trait threshold on the negative side. And obviously, things have gotten a lot worse since then. You can lose positive traits? Oh. Wait, 1, 2, 3... I did not know that. It has happened to you? I thought the cap was 6 on positive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But it may be that I've lost all the positive, or at least lost one positive trait on many of my teams. 1, 2, 3, 4... I hate these line breaks where you have just one word. Oh no, that one is not a line break. That is truly a new mod, a new trait. Just makes it hard to tell. Is that because the line is too long, or is that because that's actually a new modifier? Lucky is 1, Tactician is 2, Nighttime Operator is 3, Rugged is 4, Bloodthirsty is 5. I think this is still just 5 here. But yeah, I did not realize you can actually lose positive trait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 again. Maybe 5 is the cap, but given how many negative traits I've accumulated at this point, I wouldn't be surprised to learn that I've actually lost a positive trait here or there. And you may not be able to regain any positive traits, so it might be that once you hit that either 5 or 6 positive trait cap, even if you then subsequently lose a trait, I don't know if you can regain one afterward. So, all that is to say, the longer you have a team, at a certain point, they can only get worse over time. Obviously, initially, you can level them up, you can get positive traits, but you will reach the cap on positive traits, you will not reach the cap on negative traits, because apparently there is no cap. Alright, well, that's enough of that little chat about strike teams, but maybe a little bit of extra useful information for you guys when it comes to your teams. Right now, you only have rehire and train one team at a time. I mean, that's efficient from the standpoint of at least you have five other teams that remain fully operational. It's not like you're almost completely strike teamless while you slowly build them back up all at the same time. So just recycling one at a time is better from that standpoint. It technically might mean that the recycling cost is a little bit higher, but that might still pay for itself. Having all the other teams that can still run missions rather than being almost completely useless for a little while. Yeah, I think you may be right. It's probably worth it in the end. Alright, at this rate, I am not sure. It's getting late enough. Not sure how many other parties there might be still active right now. Let me know if anyone else does want to get in. Otherwise, I might just join a random public lobby and basically say, give me anything. I'm not picky. Maybe mess around with this guy. Just say whatever you got. Yeah, and there are caps for the success rate for teams, and it does vary based on the difficulty. Huh. Well, that's a familiar name. Familiar face. Look who we have here, huh? Would you look at that? What's up, Sovgrin? How's it going? Well, don't mind me. Oh, don't know if you were deliberately doing solos or anything like that, Sovgrin, but if you don't mind, I mean, I'm happy to join. But if you are looking to do solos, then obviously I can leave you to do your thing. It's fine, lobby is public. I was gonna say, if you're like, Lids, actually, I did want to go solo, I was maybe going to have that as a little retort. Well, then you shouldn't have made your lobby public. Alright, you're rocking the base soldier. Oh, and if you'd like to hop in on Discord, you're welcome to. Totally up to you, of course. As I may have ambushed you unexpectedly. In voice chat now. Okay, let me get you. Why, hello there, Mr. Sovgrin.
Hello, hello.
Hope you do not mind, for I'm afraid I might butt into your lobby here.
You got some brandy and some wine and some cigars, perhaps?
I'm afraid not, but I do have some backlash. Perhaps that will suffice.
I find it shallow and pedantic. Above the difficulty of the gold. Some randies.
Did I do a Nigel Thornberry accent? Also, hello. What's up, man? But what's up, Mexi Man? But also, more importantly, what about the Nigel Thornberry? It's been a while.
Smashing!
I was gonna say, wait, what are some Nigel Thornberry lines? And that has to be it. Smashing! It has been a while. It has been probably multiple decades since I last heard Nigel Thornberry's voice from the actual show itself, and not just other people memeing and imitating his voice. So don't have a lot of fodder to feed off of. But we do have room if anyone else does want to jump in. Not to invite other people to Sovkrin's lobby, but I've already invited myself to his party. Smashing!
It just reminded me of Dead Zone Rogue because there's this, I thought it's like an item or a perk called Monocle. Like, that's the most British thing I've ever seen.
Cheerio. Pip, pip, cheerio. Laptop would go nuclear if you tried to run the game. No worries,
Yeah.
Maxi, man.
Probably would hear the fan go off like a jet airplane.
Yeah, you take flight from the fan. This thing is running on hopes and prayers. For Honor blue screened it and fried your CPU once already. Now, I've not played For Honor myself, so I cannot attest to how demanding of a game that is, but I do know that it came out several years ago.
It was, I think it was like maybe 2018, 2020, 2019, I think.
At the time, it was, I think, pretty advanced graphically, right? But time has since passed. I don't know. Then again, I don't know to what extent people are really pushing
We need to secure this position.
graphics
Enemies
all
on
that
the
much
Be
as
ready.
of late.
I wonder if any
Sure.
flowers survive
It
here.
feels like we haven't had as many graphics breakthroughs, or maybe hardware is such that people have decided it's not worth kind of push the needle in that regard.
Get to cover.
Nope. Don't play it. It does seem like... Is it all PvP, or is there also PvE for it as well? If there is, my perception of it is that it is far more popular, at least due to the PvP. And obviously, at times, that can lead to a particular dynamic.
Get down.
There is PvE. But I think in general, for most games, something about PvP just gets people fired up more. Yeah, right? There's more spike.
3 left. Go get them.
I feel like PvP game I really play is like Battlefield 4. I can't really play 6 because for some reason my PC keeps resetting my
What
my
the heck?
TPM, my TPM and my with the thing it requires secure boot. It keeps
Stay sharp.
turning that off.
Another battle down.
I'm sorry, I was just distracted by an enemy falling up. It's very confusing. I'm pretty sure that that enemy just broke every single law of physics. Mr. Isaac
Grenade.
would not approve. Is this enemy gonna teleport back up here? No. Oh! They bounced alright, though. You know, we don't get stuck there. problem is the
Squad
game.
member down.
Oh, the coding is really bad. Super janky spaghetti code.
Shields are gone.
Audie, please don't grab me yet. At least wait a little bit first.
That body's a menace.
At least it's not. Oh my goodness, the platinum glass jaw today.
Almost there.
Nothing will instill fear in you. Oh dear, instill fear in Audie's in you like that glass jaw.
Shields are gone.
A little on edge, seeing that this was outlaw after having recently experienced that. At least the Audis don't one-shot. Oh, and none of the game devs had fighting game experience
Damn shield.
for Honor. Wow. Nice. Oh, that's not alright.
Get down.
Owie. Please reload. Also, please open that grenade. Can it shoot from there? Ow.
No shield.
I'm gonna pop the revive.
Get to cover.
Pull down.
Damn shield. Get to cover.
It does frustrate me when you put up the barricade and then at that exact moment the enemies decide, no, I'm not going to shoot you anymore. What, now they're getting smart?
What is this? Halo 2 AI?
One left.
Yeah, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have ran with the with my other paw. I should have ran my red paw.
I'm not sure what you mean 100-0 Mexican. Is that like a ranking system on that, or you just mean like the nature of the jankiness, the gang stuff? It's pretty crazy. And as for characters in Andromeda be like, I do think, speaking of balance and janky game, I do think Mass Effect Andromeda is also a game
Can I
that
move?
is pretty high on that list of janky spaghetti code. And also games that are not especially well balanced, but that means
Get out of this corner.
there may be some characters that are a lot easier to like than others.
Damn shield.
Oh. Oh. Excuse me.
Try as opposed to. Alright, there is a target.
Damn
Kind of forgot about that part.
Had enough of your nonsense.
Actually, for player characters, Overload goes through Backlash. Let's double check if Energy Drain does, because it didn't for the Saboteur there. There might actually be a difference between Saboteurs using Energy Drain and characters using Energy Drain. I might be mixing it up with Overload. Okay. Nothing to see here. 2 enemies hit 1 player into recovery in perfect unison. Do as much damage before the enemy is able to fight back. Oh, so like you basically like stun lock the enemies. To the point where they quite literally cannot do anything at all. If you do it, till they do it all the way from 100% health to 0 health. And yeah, it's... I could see... So what were you saying about that?
Shields are gone.
It's ungodly? I mean, I could see how that would start to get really frustrating. If that's something that people are just able to spam. That's no big deal.
Get down. Damn shields.
Are they still adding new characters to For Honor?
Single target remaining.
There's a new character that automatically dodges in multiple heroes that have almost every tool in their kit and recovery that breaks again. Yeah. Characters that just have game-breaking abilities, or whether those be offensive or defensive.
I saw a YouTuber by the name of Zanny who played For Honor. Yeah, it did not look fun.
I saw some people doing it, I think around when it first came out. But I've not seen anything For Honor related for probably at least 5 years. I don't know to what extent it's changed. Blindly pressing the shoot button. Oh, that was potentially very bad timing. Unfortunately, someone else bailed me out. Oh, my shield went back in. I'm sorry. I couldn't save you.
There.
Click on MEA. No characters have given you that rush. Vegetarian Sentinel and Human Soldier. Gameplay feels clunky compared to ME. What, if any, recommendations I could give you? I will, as I was sort of starting to say before, character balance in Andromeda is not great. There are, what, 3 or so characters who I would put in a category all by themselves as more or less completely busted. So if you're into just trying to play the strongest character possible and making things as straightforward as possible, then
Single target remaining.
you could always go for one of those. I mean, they vary to an extent from one character to the next, and there are more unconventional things that you can do with them. But if you're just looking for pure optimization, I think that's pretty simple in Mass Effect Andromeda, which for some people that's not a good thing, because like, oh, I want a little more nuance to it than that. And if you are looking for something completely different from quote-unquote meta, so to speak, then unfortunately in some cases there's enough of a drop-off that it does feel like, yeah, well, this is a pretty big handicap I'm giving myself.
Shields are gone.
Which you may still prefer to do, but at the same time, kind of leaves a sour taste. And to have one heavy artillery tank, like setups and counter. Oh, I totally did not realize it was an objective wave. I think I thought it was extraction. So my bad. I completely ignored all these devices. Simple but fun is better than easy but repetitive. Not repetitive.
Yeah, I haven't seen Zanny post anything in a long time. I thought he stopped making content.
Sovereign, what would you recommend for characters in Mass Effect Andromeda if someone feels like they haven't found a character that they like playing yet? They're looking for something that is simple but fun, but not repetitive.
That depends on what kind of powers they want to use.
Talk about, I have one heavy artillery. I'm not entirely sure if this comment Meximan was about Mass Effect, or just generally speaking, or what you'd be looking for in Andromeda, but the whole heavy artillery tank.
One left.
Maybe this is, I might be reading too much into heavy artillery tank, but that definitely would make sense with the Juggernaut. Now, that is one of the overpowered characters that I was alluding to before. He has some crazy strong things that he can do. But there are also some more fun, I would argue fun, unconventional, gimmicky things you can do to just mess around a little bit to add a little more variety to his playstyle. Because you can just play him as a simple, straightforward, super tanky character who does most of his damage from shooting. You want to make it a little more complicated than that. He's a really powerful debuff with Snap Freeze, which is oftentimes used for combos. You can use it that way, but it is, I would argue, more effective as primarily a debuff. That means there's a little bit of variety there you can have. So you don't necessarily need to approach things the same way even within the same match. You can mix it up a little bit. And then the really unconventional side, you have Fortify, which is usually a sort of passive-ish power. It just gives you damage mitigation. However, if you fully upgrade it, you can have it create a little electric explosion around you, which stuns basically every enemy, and then can also be detonated to stun them even more and deal a little bit more damage. So you can turn your, what is usually defensive power, into an offensive power, which I think is kind of fun, just to mess around like that. So I might recommend that character or Andromeda experience. Just maybe not in the more conventional way that people tend to play it. Either mixing it up, the conventional and unconventional, or just going full unconventional with that.
Well, you know me, me and the human soldier. I definitely would recommend it if you can get yourself a good build for it.
I'm a big human soldier fan as well. The reason why I was hesitant to recommend it, though, was because I feel like it might be a little... I don't know what the bar is for repetitive, but I love spamming frag grenades and concussive shot on the humans, particularly frag grenades on the human soldier, especially because in Andromeda, you don't have to just press the button and immediately throw the grenade. You can deliberately hold the button to charge up the grenade and reduce the amount of time before it explodes, which allows an incredible level of precision with where exactly you throw the grenade and when in its trajectory it explodes, which I think has just so much nuance to it that you can really master that. And it's a ton of fun when you do get it to work exactly the way you want it to. It takes practice, but it's one of those things that is repetitive, I guess, depending on how critical or how picky you want to be when it comes to that stuff. But because you can treat each individual grenade throw as a unique opportunity to position the grenade in a new way, in a creative way. You can bounce it off the wall. You can cook it a lot in your hand so it explodes quickly. You can launch it as far as possible. And I just think having to make those quick decisions and find ways to get as much value as possible out of your grenades, I find really fun. So if that's not too repetitive, I think I agree with Sovereign, that's a really fun character to use as well.
Yeah. Also, like the adepts, any of the adepts are really good, but you get to get used to being squishy.
In general, on the adept side, I would say the kineticist is a ton of fun, just because you can send enemies absolutely flying with either biotic combos or deliberately, instead of setting off a combo, you just use throw as many times as possible to send the enemies flying as far as possible. The reason why I didn't recommend that was, again, I feel like that might be too repetitive depending on how picky you were being there, because it is mostly the same stuff.
Bear in mind, you have to bear in mind the mechanics of Ascension being, you're not always going to have that shield-powered abilities 100% of the time like you would if you were running a shield-powered lance with the Asari adept, but that's more of like you need to keep within her engagement envelope of like short range.
Yeah, kineticist is longer range than the adept,
Yeah.
and maybe the whole ascension mode thing adds an extra layer of nuance to playing the kineticist that makes it a little more interesting, a little more engaging than other adepts, depending on, again, what exactly you do and don't like.
Yeah, the Asari adept is like a fire belching boulder with pretty much just about the same limitations. Not a lot of reach or range there, but absolutely devastating when you get within that envelope.
Batarian Sentinel ran collector sniper rifle, got the pistol used, blade armor, shockwave to escape multiple mistakes, submission, webbed. Yeah.
Also,
unfortunately, they didn't make submission net in Mass Effect Andromeda. I love submission net in Mass Effect 3, so I'm with you there.
Yeah, there's a class that's in ME3 that my friend liked that I never really played as. It's called the Fury.
Yeah. I would probably say the Fury is most similar to the Kineticist. Probably. Or some other adept of a similar variety.
There was a class that had an ammo box that could drop grenades and ammo too.
Yep. Uh-huh. You can deal damage with that ammo box, for what it's worth.
Oh, that's so cool.
So, there have been times when I have deliberately tried to make that my primary source of damage. Not particularly effective, but when it works, if you can get a kill with it, it is so satisfying.
I might have to download ME3 through Steam, so I could probably use the Steam controller for that, so I can probably play the game if I wanted to. Unless it's modded only and there's no controller support.
Oh.
I don't know. So I know you play keyboard and mouse on ME3.
Yeah. There is a mod for doing a controller, and I think I had tried using it once, but I'm no modding expert, so I think I didn't get it to work, so I was like, alright, I guess I'll go keyboard mouse, and now I've just gotten used to keyboard mouse, but since Andromeda has just automatic built-in controller support, yeah, I'm using controller for Andromeda. That probably would have been my preference in a vacuum for ME3 as well.
I had the best experience with mods. Like, I played with mods on Skyrim and Fallout 4, and I've absolutely broken my game completely.
Oh.
And I'm just afraid to touch mods after that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm no expert when it comes to mods. I have done a little bit of it, but, like, theoretically, I don't know, if you keep a backup of your file, then, like, an original version as a backup, then I don't know if that completely protects you from that, but it probably helps. I don't know. Again, you're not speaking to an expert, so I don't know.
You want a fun class, Max? Try the Asari Duelist.
No, thank you.
Oh, I need to unplug my receiver because it's doing that thing where it stops working. Yeah, the Asari Duelist, who has a basically backlash and a sword, likes playing sword and board, and
this is the first guy that I was recommending, Meximan. He has a conventional approach where you just play as a tank.
Or the croaking gladiator.
Oh gosh, don't do that.
I'm being sarcastic. Those are actually some of the least popular choices. I know Itachi would disagree, but
I hate those characters.
they're not my alley either.
Yeah, so I think this character here is in that top tier, and there's a big separation between that top tier and other tiers. I prefer to play him unconventionally, so that he's more than just a generic super tank with good weapon damage. So I'll show you how you can mess around with this guy, in which case you maybe have one of the characters with the most variety.
Didn't we just do this mission?
I was gonna say, did we lock in this map, or did you just randomly roll it again?
At least it's Remnant and it's not Outlaw.
I do like this map.
You know the drill. Hold this position, clear out enemy forces. Let's do it.
So our abilities are Snap Freeze, which does a little bit of damage to ourselves if we blow up an explosive container right next to us in the process, but a little bit of damage, but more importantly, humongous debuff to enemies. Fortify, which makes us take less damage, but the way we've upgraded it, if we deactivate it next to enemies... This guy's making it hard to deactivate this. Deactivate it next to enemies. A little hard to see there, but it primes them for tech combos, a little bit of an electric explosion. Okay, now actually starts transforming into an explosive version of itself, which makes it harder to tell. But this guy gets stunned, takes some damage from it, and then you can detonate it. If I were to follow up more quickly, Shockwave is our last ability. either detonate the freeze, if I actually hit with the freeze, or can detonate like that. Which again, the enemies are just doing everything possible to make it not clear visually what is happening right now. Stop. Okay, there we go. Detonate the armor. Then you use the shockwave to actually set off the combo. And that was not me who made that enemy fire. That was...
That'd be me.
Yeah.
I'm running basically double anti-armor.
Very few
expected
good demonstrations, but okay, hold on. That. That's the unconventional thing you can do. More conventionally, just leave the armor on for defenses, and then use this. Either combo that for a cryo explosion, which a lot of people do, but technically that's kind of suboptimal. It's actually statistically better to do the snap freeze, and it makes enemies, especially armored enemies, take way more damage from all other sources. The debuff goes away as soon as you detonate it, though, so you technically just want to hit them with the debuff, hit them with this debuff, and then shoot them. Finish them off. Especially against big boss enemies with huge armor bars, it makes a very big difference. Just in the normal way, if you want. A little bit of damage directly. So take out weak enemies. There's a bunch of different ways you can play them. Also, another thing. Yeah, another enemy that's kind of isolated to mess with. Is our punch. Our melee is a cryo melee. So it primes enemies for cryo combos. But granted, shockwave is on cooldown right now, so punch, shockwave, cryo combo. Punch,
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
that.
That hurt them.
So
Be ready.
this character can do almost everything. Pretty much the only thing this character cannot do is turn invisible with tactical cloak. Oh, and one other thing, he is by far the best passive ability in the game.
Understood.
He quite literally cannot be killed if you kill enemies. Killing enemies gives you a brief period of time when you cannot die.
Or at least you can't take damage.
Or does it not take damage at all?
Yeah.
So basically, get kill streaks with this guy and you are quite literally immortal.
Yeah, I like to pair it with the multi-capacitor, so when I start getting kills and my shields are down,
Artifact is secure.
I will be taking damage and it won't reset my shield cooldown.
With all the tools that this guy has to work with,
Got the drop.
some of them are definitely more conventional, more straightforward than others. Some of them are probably more effective than others, but there are little to no limitations to what you can do with this guy. You want to just walk around doing that? You can. It's a little bit memey. Yeah. You can do it if you want. Let's see, this guy... Technically, snap freeze is a bunch of little limitations with how exactly it works. It only applies debuff if the enemy does not have any shields. Like, okay, hit it now.
3 more to go.
If the shields are down, and it basically just gets instantly killed.
We'll clear for now. That was great.
Yeah, I would say definitely the best character in the game when it comes to just tanking.
Let's move.
Like, if, for example, if you're soloing and you're trying to tank, best character for that. If you are in a group and maybe you have other people who are the quote-unquote DPS or the designated objective doers, like maybe you have people who are doing the hack. You have infiltrators doing the hack. And in the meantime, you're not directly trying to be in the hack circle, but you just want to be a tank who kites enemies away from the hack to make it easier for your teammates to get the job done, then almost certainly the best character for that. That's why, outside of being an infiltrator, that's the one thing he can't do. Anything else, he is absolutely incredible. Now, also bear in mind, I am currently using an event. So don't read too much into the amount of damage we're doing with our weapon right now. Like now, okay.
You're using the starter weapon.
That is how quickly, that was only me doing damage to that boss enemy, the destroyer. And at least once its shields were down so I was able to debuff it, it took a second to kill it.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
And that is just because of how strong of a debuff Snap Freeze gives you.
Also, if you're looking for another really good biotic, the Commando, the character that I'm using, is pretty good too. It's basically like a BPA version of the regular human adept.
Enemies incoming. Clear out.
For other tanky characters, honestly, I think some of the Krogan, they're deceptively not tanky. Because if you look at them on paper, they do have more health and shields. And that would make you think that they are tankier. Except they have significantly worse mobility. To the point where I find myself dying a lot more often with Krogan characters, sometimes even than just base humans. Actually, tell you what, surprisingly tanky character that is really my go-to tank in many ways. Base human Sentinel. And in that case, it comes just a lot from having a lot of practice with her. But she has several tools that are deceptively good for tanking. One of which is Barricade. Which lets you set up your own self-deployable cover. You've probably seen before. So basically, in case of emergency, you're getting overwhelmed by a bunch of enemies, or you have one really big, powerful enemy that you're trying to take on, throw down the barricade right in front of them, and suddenly you can shoot behind cover to take them out more safely. So that's one option. But the other thing is Energy Drain is also incredibly powerful if you use it aggressively. Basically, what I do is almost every... And I can play the base Sentinel next if we want. I can demonstrate a bit, but basically, my approach with that character is, yes, if I get surrounded, or if I have a really big enemy, I throw down a barricade, and that's to protect myself with cover. However, most of the time, I'm running and gunning and using Energy Drain because that obviously gives you shields back. In Andromeda, it gives you shields back regardless of who you target with that Energy Drain. I mean, as long as it hits. It doesn't need to be an enemy with shields. It doesn't need to be a synthetic enemy. Even organic enemies with no armor still give you shields back. Now, granted, I was talking about Energy Drain, and then I pressed the button that would usually be Energy Drain on the base Sentinel, and then I was like, what? Shockwave? Where'd that come from? Yeah, so you can always get shields back from Energy Drain, regardless of what enemy you target with it, as long as you hit them. So it's more versatile, more reliable in that way. It also very regularly staggers enemies. So what I'll do is, if I'm running and gunning, basically the first thing I do in any engagement is I hit enemies with energy drain. I have it set so that it can hit a bunch of enemies at once. It basically hits every enemy in the pack in front of me. So it staggers most, if not all of them, gives me shields back, and because the enemies are staggered, it gives me a window of time to start dealing damage to the enemies so that by the time they are no longer staggered, you only need to shoot them a little bit longer before they go down. So there's just a much smaller window of time in which they can actually deal any sort of significant damage to you. So it's more subtle in that way, the way that the base sentinel gets her his or her tankiness.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
But at least the way that I play that character is sort of as like an aggressive tank, if that makes any sense.
Reload. We're tracking reinforcements.
That was great!
A tank that actively seeks, on one hand, actively seeks out enemies using the survivability from energy drain, and on the other hand, can fall back and camp
Shuttle incoming. Get to the
using
extraction zone.
barricade. And then throw is the power that I just keep on level 1. So the damage comes from the weapon, primarily. Energy drain, yes, obviously does deal damage, but it's mostly there as a support tool.
Dang.
But I use the weapon as the primary
How
damage.
my body is. Hell?
Oh! Did you look like that on your screen as well?
Yeah.
That was interesting. So yeah, when it comes to tanky characters, those are the ones that I would recommend. Those are the ones that come to mind. If you want to go Krogan for tankiness, I'd probably go the Vanguard and basically just treat it kind of like a... It basically is a Nova Guard from Mass Effect 3. Base human Vanguard from Mass Effect 3. Same abilities there. Except barricade instead of shockwave, or fortify instead of shockwave. So actually you are tankier in that way, I guess. Yeah, other Krogan I feel like leave me disappointed with their tankiness. But because the Krogan Vanguard can restore a shield with charge and has fortify for extra passive damage reduction, that helps, and you're less of a sitting duck. Because in Mass Effect 3, Krogan have above average movement speed, and Mass Effect Andromeda have below average movement speed. That is still the case for the Vanguard, but at least you have charge, which helps make up for that a bit. But yeah, in general, I do think they kind of did the Krogan dirty in Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer. They're so good in Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, but I think they comparatively feel disappointing. Batarian Scrapper. Honestly, the Batarian Scrapper, it has some similarities to the character that I was just using there, in large part because they both have snap freeze. But I do kind of like the Scrapper. I don't use him as much as I should, but I like how you may or may not have realized this, because it's potentially a little bit subtle, but unlike in Mass Effect 3, in Mass Effect Andromeda, there are some characters that can either prime or detonate with their melee. I showed you a little bit. This character I was just using, the human Juggernaut, can cryo prime with their melee, but the Batarians can detonate with their melee. So with the Scrapper, if you want to, you can go prime with snap freeze and then detonate with your punch, which, depending on your setup, depending on the difficulty, one could argue is a little bit silly meme territory, but it's effective enough that it can work, and I do think it's fun.
Same with the Batarian Vanguard. It's more of like a like a funny haha going in with the combo melees.
Yeah. I think I'm always surprised by how squishy he is, though. Despite having charge, which should give him shields back, and I think you can set him up to get shields back when you get a melee kill, and yet somehow he is surprisingly squishy, it feels like.
Yeah, I expect all the way into like health and shields and stuff like that, and it's still have a hard time with survivability. And he has the same passive as the human soldier. Actually, ends up with less shields because the soldier ends up with 400 shields, whereas the Vanguard ends up with 280. So probably why low shields.
We'll go, given how I was talking a lot about Sentinel, go with her. I mean, despite her being one of the base human characters, which might make you think, oh, surely she's not that strong compared to other characters. This is one of my go-to characters on Platinum. I think I'm maybe a little out of the... I don't think there are many people... I've seen at least one other person use base Sentinels pretty regularly on Plat. I think it's kind of unusual, but it definitely can be done. To great effect at that.
Yeah, the base human characters are really good in this one.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. I'm just saying, as like a testament to how viable the character is, even in particularly difficult situations. So like here, as I said, throw is the power I keep on level 1. Barricade, this is for when you get overrun or have a really strong enemy right in front of you. Energy drain is the I'm aggressively chasing after group 1 or more enemies. I'm going to use this as my opening move, and then the weapon is going to be the thing that actually does the brunt of the damage. So it is very weapon dependent in that case for the damage. And then usually that means for boosters, if I'm using those, I'm focusing on either weapon damage, or oftentimes I like throwing on the universal power amp, because that means you're getting a little bit of damage for your combination of weapon, tech, biotic, and combat powers. Technically, barricade I do not set up for priming. That is a thing you can do, but I have it set up purely for defensive stuff. So it lasts longer, does increase weapon damage when behind the barricade, which honestly I kind of forgot about. But this is the big thing, that you can either go priming to make it more of an offensive tool, or you can make it almost instantly start regenerating your shields as soon as you go behind it, and I just think that's really helpful for in case of emergency.
You might want to remove your consumables when going into bronze.
Oh. Gotcha. So yeah, I think a really underrated character in that way. Oh no.
Yeah, we got a kind of a bad roll on the bronze strike team mission.
Oh, is this... It just reset recently, didn't it?
Yeah, like 5 minutes ago.
Okay. I didn't even see. What was the mod for it?
Hyper shields.
Oh,
This one's simple. Clear the area and lock it down. Hostiles on
So it's a
route.
good thing you're a sentinel.
yeah. Very good on hyper shields with energy drain. So basically what I do is I chase after enemies and then have my teammates kill all of them before I get the chance to,
Sorry.
to do anything.
I
It
saw
is
that, I was
broad,
like,
so...
I had to use the multi-combo technique.
They're firing.
It is broad, so we're not going to get as good of a look of it, but basically, see what just happened where those guys sort of got staggered there? That was because of energy drain. So, chase after enemies. Find any more of them. chase after the enemies. Hit them with energy ray. Staggers them for just a split second, but it gets his shields back as well. So it's nothing fancy, but it's just enough that it's actually really helpful to keep your shields topped off, give you a little bit of time to get a head start on the damage, and then we probably aren't going to find ourselves in particular need of using barricade on bronze all that much, but we do find ourselves getting a little on. Bring that out as well. But what I'll do is once I take damage, I'll drop one just to show you how quickly the shields come back. Trying to get one of these guys to actually hit me. Should be straightforward, but requires to actually.
Sorry, I'm murdering everything.
Please hit me. Hit me! Hit me! Preferably lower my shields more than this. No! Okay, here. Alright, so technically I just need to not have full shield, but okay, well then as soon as I put down the barricade, my shields were already starting to come back. I need more enemies!
Go get them.
Attack me!
Only one more.
Okay, so our shields are not visible. I do this,
Keep it up.
our shields immediately start regenerating. It is just about instantaneous.
Personnel were tracked to that location.
Are you
Which-
talking about the passive perk that you get hit, you get a shield regeneration bonus?
No, I'm talking about rather than the final upgrade for barricade. Rather than doing the priming one, the electric barricade, the alternative makes it so that when you step behind the barricade, your shields start regenerating almost immediately. So it's the defensive option rather than the offensive option. But I think it's very powerful and probably
We've got a read on
often
another
overlooked.
priority target.
Yeah, barricade, or rather, energy drain set up is such that it
You got them all.
may have caught it. Not necessarily been making a point of doing it. Let's see if we can find a spot with a bunch of enemies. Watch how it hits multiple enemies.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
You walk up to a full pack, it will branch off and hit all of
Only
them,
one more.
which means more crowd control. I think technically it does give more shields back that way as well.
Good. Stay sharp.
That was great.
Energy drain, it's not really
Let's
there
get gone.
for damage, it's there for defensive and crowd control purposes. Like here. That hit at least 3 enemies. I don't think there's a cap on how many you can hit. I think it's just based on how close together they're standing. I forget what the range of it is, but oh, the other enemy ran away. I was gonna say, I thought the other guy was gonna be close enough to at least get 2 out of it. And it's useful in that way because sure you can go in planning,
More to go.
okay, I'm deliberately chasing after where all the enemies spawn, so I'm expecting for there to be a whole lot of them, and staggering all of them is, or very likely staggering all of them, is going to make that easier to take them out safely. But it also
How about
means
we move?
there could be times when you think there's only 1 enemy, but it turns out there's 2 or 3. And so it helps to stagger even the enemies that you didn't realize were there. So it definitely takes some getting used to because they aren't flashy tools. They each have their own use case. And collectively it means a lot of tools to work with. Oh, actually, that reminds me of
All enemies clear.
on
Keep
the
it up.
add to the list of subtle tools that are defensive in nature. Can't really demonstrate this against pets.
Intelligence needs data from your location. Mark for an entry.
Oh boy.
Drop a barricade to help with the second worst hack location in the whole game. But another thing you can do that is also very subtle, I think a lot of people don't realize is a thing, is even if, like, I have level 1 throw, so obviously it's not doing much. It can still detonate combos, but it's not going to be a major source of damage. But what it can do is it still has the ability to stagger enemies out of some very annoying skills and animations. Most obvious being saboteurs and their energy drain. So as you may recall, saboteurs, which are those Angaran enemies of the outlaw faction,
Only one more.
they'll shoot you, but they also
Clear for now.
We did it.
have an energy drain where it's much slower. There's like a wind-up animation where they hold up their hand in the air, and you hear a sound effect, like electric-y sound effect
We're done here.
for it as
Get
well.
yourself to the LZ.
And it gives you a couple of seconds to either kill them before they do that, take cover before they do that, or just tank the hit, or find some other way to interrupt that animation. And so if you hit them with throw as they are in that animation, it staggers them out of it. They no longer energy drain, and then functionally the way it works is that they more or less have a cooldown on energy drain. So if you stagger them out of it, it means it'll be several seconds before they can use it again in all but the most niche of circumstances. Maybe, you know, some bug-like situation where they do it quickly and 2 times in a row, but honestly, I can't even. I'm very familiar with many of the bugs in this game, and I can't even think of that happening very often at all. Like, I can't remember that ever happening to me. Every once in a while, you hit them with throw, level 1 throw, and it doesn't quite stagger them, but like 90% of the time, it does. That is a nifty little trick that I think a lot of people don't know about, because you wouldn't think it would work. It's an enemy, it's an armored enemy that you're hitting with throw. No priming, a level 1 throw, so no extra power or anything like that. The damage is, you know, next to nothing, but that's the thing. You're not doing it for the damage, you're doing it to stagger the enemy. It's a defensive tool. And that is a flying raid.
Mission complete. Full team secured. Good work.
I forget, you might need to get rid of their shields for it to work. They don't start with shields. They only have shields if they successfully energy drain someone. That has bugs. They will sometimes get shields back even if they don't land an energy drain on anyone. But if they don't have shields, throw, and it will prevent them from completing an energy drain animation. Can't remember. Might not be possible if they have shields in the first place, though. So that's maybe the caveat. But then again, you can prevent them from getting shields in the first place if you use throw to stagger them out of energy drain. So that's what I mean, where it's a bunch of subtle things you can do with this character, but they all add up, where once you get the hang of how and when to use them, it turns this character into a very tanky one. Wasn't able to demonstrate all those things, and some of them are a little hard to demonstrate on bronze when the enemies go down pretty quickly, but that's the idea there. And let's double check. Yeah, charge, fortify. Nova. So very similar to base human Vanguard from Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, but instead of Shockwave, it's Fortify, so you are technically tankier still. And were there any other characters we were talking about? Prime with Snap Freeze, Detonate with the Punch for the Scrapper. The Solarian Operator with just shield boost spam, you could argue, is technically a bit of a tank.
So if you
Support
have
slash tank.
especially if you have a duration and recharge based build.
Yeah. Yeah, that could actually be an interesting option for you.
I already do run it. It's like my go-to for the Solarian Operator, where like everything lasts as long with very little to no cooldown.
Yeah. I think I may not have set mine up in an ideal way, but I think it is possible to actually set this guy up to have permanent uptime on shield boost.
I still have it nicknamed the Plague Doctor.
Then you do have Invasion, which debuffs
Yes,
enemies and can also get kills sometimes. Take the...
Also,
This
my
one?
my character is definitely reminiscent of an actual Plague Doctor, so.
This one. Explosion from Virulence plus extra spread
Oh.
ability.
All I need is the mask and the hat.
I think of, I don't know. In my mind, the Plague Doctors have like the brown trench coats, maybe gray as well, but to me it's more so a brown color scheme. I can't say that that's any more or less accurate. I'm no Plague Doctor expert. But I think that's how I picture them. Alright. Do we have a plan for this one? Other than ideally at least taking it off of Nimbus?
Oh, right. What have we not played? I played Vertigo today. I've had enough of Aqua.
Oh, I haven't seen it, but that's fair. I don't think I've had Zero. Don't know if you have.
Oh, I played that one earlier today because I skipped yesterday's. Oh no. My memory's all off.
Zero. I have not done Aqua. I don't know if I've done. Maybe I did Magma earlier today, I think, for yesterday's dailies. Haven't played it since starting up the stream, at least. What else?
We could do Magma.
Magma. Oh, Derelict I haven't done.
Oh, I love that map. A few maps I actually like. Which is kind of strange because it's not really good grenade spammy type map, but it's a good map to maneuver.
Did someone say grenade spam?
I'll stick with the Sentinel then.
So this is my character I use to spam the frag grenades, which we were talking about before. I think is really fun because you can mess around with either chucking it from maximum distance by just pressing the button, or if you want to, the opposite end of the spectrum, you can hold it, Long enough that it explodes in your hand if you really want to, but ideally somewhere in between those two ends of the spectrum. To maximize the damage. Which I think turns Frag Grenade into a bit of an art. Want to, you can have concussive shot as an alternative, which you don't have to worry about the backfire damage. That's getting I wanted to get all three with that one. Just missed the third guy there. Like you try to basically place the grenade right where it gets as many enemies as possible, and that's a unique challenge every time you use the power.
Lost my shield.
It's technically the same power repeatedly, but it doesn't feel repetitive.
3 left. Go get 'em.
Lost my shield.
Enemies down. Keep your
And
eye
he's still a concussive shot. which is
Turns on me.
You could go turbocharge for more weapon-oriented stuff. I tend not to do that, at least not on
Hostiles en route.
this base human soldier. That one was a decisive. Which group I was going for? 2 packs that got separated. Like here, for example. I only got... Oh, okay, no, I was gonna say. I thought I got at least 2 from that. I was trying to get that destined as well. Sometimes you can get 4 or 5 enemies with a single frag grenade, and it just feels amazing. Kind of just dribble across the ground like that. Yes. That's another way you can do it. Oh. Bang shot. There wasn't really an enemy over there. I just wanted to throw it off the wall. What? That absolutely hit you.
Teammate injured.
I'm with you.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
Got your back.
All enemies clear. Keep it up.
That was great.
We've got major enemy targets nearby. Let's take them out.
On it.
Oh no, the other thing is we're on
Scratch 1
gold.
target.
Might need a slightly stronger booster to one-shot some of the mid-tier enemies. That was 3. I would have had 4 or more. I had a 1 tier higher booster. You guys with
Scratch 1
the
target.
life left.
Keep trying to hit my turbocharger. I'm not my soldier.
Target down. Good work.
Can't see the anointeds. They live a frag grenade with a tiny sliver of health left, unfortunately.
Teammate injured. Teammate injured.
Excuse me. Oh, that was... That anointed was, or rather the ascendant was originally trying to sync kill you, Sovereign, and you walked through it to avoid it. But then I walked directly behind you through it. I was like, is it gonna get me instead? Even if I wasn't the intended target? It might. Nanad, how are you? Good to see ya.
Hostiles en route.
Clear this point.
For how good the Sentinel was. Especially if you have a barricade build that has the primer. It's really cool. So I could just get right up in like boss's face.
You can tank anything. That's crazy.
Like I was like right in that behemoth's face, and I didn't even.
I have a present.
Squad member down.
Lost my shield.
No power cells is a problem though.
Lost shield.
Teammate injured.
Hold on.
Leave me
Incoming
alone.
fire.
Some grenades. Oh, I already took those. Uh-oh. This is cringy.
Three left. Go get him.
What did we do to that guy?
I basically told him to meet the wall.
One more.
We sandwiched him. You hit him from one side while I hit him from the opposite side, and then he just got pancaked. Doing well, Nanad. Good to see ya.
Hostiles en route.
Clear this
He's
point.
like, someone get the name of that truck that hit me.
Guy's still on the ground here. I think he's dead. But it's very off-putting.
Incoming fire. Incoming fire.
Sit down. That time I thought the set best was up there, and I realized it was down here. By the time I made that adjustment, the grenade was too cooked.
Watch the six.
Squad member down.
I've got you.
What exactly happened to my grenade? Oh dear. That was close. I think the game got a little... Okay, I'm glitching quite a bit right now. The game is a little confused as to where exactly I'm standing. Thought we were going to get teleported into the Fiend's sink kill for a second there.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
Hey, buddy.
Sensors clear for now. Great shooting.
First round's on me.
We detected mission critical data.
Here on
Find the
scene.
location.
Got a.
Probably. Oh, that's not great. Wanna go in a different direction, maybe?
Shield down.
Or just stand there? No, no, well... Okay, To be fair, you did just stand there for several seconds, which I actually did appreciate. You did, oddly enough, kind of listen to me.
I'm reading a flat line.
Sequence of events there was strange.
Fragment uploaded.
They shot me dead. Then I staggered them after the fact with my concussive shot. So somehow that happened I don't know. It was a little confusing.
I owe you.
Then a teammate jumped on my head as Soccer was reviving me. Bank shot. Oh, did that turn into a double bank shot? That was not actually intended. Bank shot.
Upload complete. Well done, team.
Also bank shot.
Their apex. Squad member down.
Hold on.
Teammate injured.
Take cover. Run while you can.
Man, I kept overheating on my paw.
Time to go. Get to the extraction site.
Wow.
Oh my god! What just happened to that guy?
I don't know, I wasn't looking.
I frag grenaded him and he got launched straight up into the ceiling and then glitched onto the roof.
Squad member down.
Into the
Dang.
roof, really. Oh, one moment. You do have a few friends over here.
Yeah, you have a very angry team.
Oh, what?
I've got you.
Teammate injured.
Damn. For a second I was like, oh, there's a chance I don't have enough heals to completely survive, and that person was a split second away from bleeding out. That could have gone wrong. Bank shot.
Careful.
Ow. There. Yes.
Teammate injured.
I've got you.
Just jump. No.
Shields down.
Teammate injured.
Got your back.
Hello there.
Squad
Then
member
obviously the
down.
most important thing. The most important thing to do with a grenade character, frag grenade character at the end of the match,
That's how Apex gets it done. Come
is
on.
that.
Three of my Cobra rockets went through that ascendant.
Oh.
It was like, yeah, I'm just exempt from Cobra rockets.
It had hacked into the Matrix. It was Neo. All right.
Oh, funny, I had that guy on my friends list.
Oh.
I have his exact name on my friends list. No wonder he looked familiar.
think I'm up for one more. If there's anything we'd like to do to wrap things up. Or just generally get one more in. Anyone else we were talking about but have yet to use? I mean, Krogan Vanguard, but I think that's pretty straightforward because his moves are not that unusual, and his playstyle is not that unusual. Maybe
They're
this
running with
guy.
one. Oh, this is a sticky grenade.
The idea here being, I've not quite set this up in the ideal way, but could be permanent uptime on shield boost. Don't think it is for me though. And then invasion, which debuffs a whole lot of enemies. And then you make it so it spreads to as many enemies as possible. And when enemies get low on life, they explode, which either kills them or gets them very close to going down. Now to go recharge speed probably would have permanent uptime on shield boost, although I think it is possible to do that even without those boosters. Don't quote me on that, but might be. I'll go. Maybe I'll just leave it at that.
I think it's about time to change my main character from the soldier to the sentinel.
Oh, growing on you that much?
Yeah.
I think at first, can't remember why, but I just sort of almost accidentally stumbled into using that character a lot. Then started getting more comfortable with it and started to grow on me. Point where, yeah, it's
Hostile territory, people.
probably
Stay sharp.
Okay,
my
let's do this.
second or third most used character. Try to spam shield boost so that it basically has permanent uptime. Use invasion, as you saw there, which debuffs the enemies. And when they get low on life, that little explosion. Not that explosion. That was our weapon. That's also actually press. Because what that invasion. Press this one. Overload is the last power. Oh, that was... Here I was thinking to myself, oh, there's a teammate right next to me. Sure, I'll shield boost and I'll help them out as well.
That hurt.
No, that was
Be ready.
not just one cat.
Hey,
That was
that
two
wasn't
cat.
so bad.
Or I just shield boosted. Imagine if shield boost did also give your enemies shields if they were in the radius. That would actually be kind of insane. Yeah, I'm sorry. Shield boost does not differentiate between friend and foe. We just haven't mastered that technology yet. I will say, one thing that I really do not like about this character is this. Evasion, power to steals, can spread a lot across the arena to potentially debuff most enemies on the map, which in theory is nice because it means that everyone who attacks that enemy is doing more damage. It does make those enemies take more damage.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
But because the explosion, which activates when they drop to low health, will oftentimes kill, it does kind of turn you into a dedicated kill stealer who is just masquerading as a support character. Which, depending on the nature of the lobby and depending on whether people are trying to farm for
We detected mission critical data.
any of the
Find location.
mastery dailies, you know, the combat mastery, the biotic mastery, tech mastery, so on and so forth. Or even just generic points for like Ket, Remnant, or Outlaw. Then you are functionally stealing a bunch of points from your teammates, making it harder / take longer for them to complete those dailies, which, especially if that's right as the dailies are about to run out.
Did you vote to kick one of the new guys?
I did not know.
Someone did.
Oh, wow. Oh, well, process of elimination. We know who it was. Yeah, so, like, if someone is trying to squeeze in enough points to finish one of those dailies just before it resets, and the difference between getting it done and not getting it done is, well, there's a teammate who's using evasion, who functionally stole half of their kills, then that
3 hostiles remaining.
doesn't sit particularly well with me. Not that that's necessarily the thing that people are intending to do with invasion characters, but it does sometimes feel like people just look at the scores they get with invasion characters and say, oh, I got a high score with this character, so surely, you know, this was a good match on my part. When there's, to a certain extent, yes, but there's an asterisk to that. I feel like it's a little reductive to just say that as a blanket statement. Sometimes it doesn't make a huge difference. Sometimes, even if you do kill steal a lot,
My timing was off.
doesn't matter much. But when there are dailies involved,
Reading a
that's
flat
when
line.
it's particularly important.
Enemies are firing. Thanks.
Or if you do then try to make that a justification for some, or, you know, an argument for like, oh, this is of much importance, but if you're like, oh, this person scored the most or the least points. Yeah, it's kind of artificially inflated with invasion. If you're even, you know, I'm probably not using it half as often as I could be. I think a great example of just how extreme it can be, but
Teammate injured.
if you do spam it, you can really have almost every enemy applied.
It's the last one.
All clear for
Like
now.
that, for example.
Hey, that wasn't so bad.
Enemies incoming.
Run away.
All I'm saying is, you're using a character like this with invasion. Don't use it to masquerade as a support character when, in fact, you're mostly using it to steal tech kills and kills in general from your teammates. supposed to be a ground pound that hit this guy.
We did
Got
it!
that tiny little ledge that I didn't even realize was potentially be in the way.
Enemies triangulating our nearest outpost. Find their sensor arrays and get them broken.
I'll try. Ascendant!
What problem got?
Like that, for example, is just a complete kill steal invasion.
I beg your pardon, Kev. Can I
Reading a
move?
flatline.
Moving is illegal. Oh. On my way.
One device down.
Hold on!
Come on. Stagger as well. Useful. Potions such as
Almost done.
Enemies are firing!
Enemy tech is deactivated. Objective complete.
Bad guy now.
bad guy now. I forgot about that one. I think this character's the best one. I mean, shields are juice! And who's the bad guy now? That's a pretty good 1-2 combo.
Just 3 hostiles remaining. Teammate injured. Shuttle incoming. Get to the extraction zone.
What also means if teammates have on-kill effects, like concussive, but other things as well. Invasion can mess with that stuff.
Squad member down.
I'm just saying,
I'll help you.
it's not always really a support power. Sometimes it's actually the detriment of the team. On a case-by-case basis, service it. That was a kill steal.
Reading a flatline.
No more shields!
Ow.
Squad member down.
That was a bad time to go down.
Everyone get down!
All targets down. Everyone standing. Drinks are on me.
Alright. Well, there we go.
I like how the electric barricade acts as a source of crowd control and area denial.
Hmm. I really have almost no experience with it, but the one thing that I found tricky about it was it's kind of hard to kite enemies close enough to it to make it useful. Did you place it when you already had enemies close by? Is that how you put it to use?
That, and also I deploy it into choke points where there's only like one or two alleyways, and also
Mm.
it primes enemies from behind you.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's basically an area around the barricade. It'll only block shots from the barricade's physical form, but it'll electrify anything around you. It's really useful in stopping the melee enemies like the Aldis, the Wraiths, and anything that wants to enter your territory, even the Breachers.
Yeah, anything that wants to sell you groceries.
It's probably very useful for Glass Jaw if you want to use it
Yeah.
with a bit more permanence.
Yeah, actually I did. Right? Didn't I use the Sentinel for Black Class Jaw earlier today? Except I used it with the quick shield recharging barricade. I did not do the stunning one, but you're right. As a way to repel the oddies and wraiths, could be an interesting consideration. At least for, yeah, I think for Glassjaw in particular, it would probably be even more useful. Whereas maybe for a standard plat, where you're less concerned specifically about those quick dog-like enemies, and more so looking for just general standard tankiness, might swing things at least a little bit more in the shield recharge direction for barricade. And obviously, it's largely up to personal preference as well and practice. But
I just realized
anyways,
something.
yeah,
I didn't build this build barricade properly, or at least
underrated
not in the way.
power.
Normally at rank 4, I normally go for duration over power cells, but this one's power cells.
Sure, I did. Like 4. Which one did you say you did?
Normally it's duration, but I went power cells
Huh.
on this. I might have had a brain fart moment when I made this build.
Duration, weapon damage, and field regeneration.
Yeah, I got power cells, but it works because you get up to 8 of those barricades, which is very useful to have like a lot more of them.
Mm-hmm. I find I don't use them that often, but maybe if you're using them consistently for offensive purposes with the electric defense, that gives you more reason to spam them.
Yeah.
Because for me, it's sort of like a in case of emergency button. It's more of a reactive rather than I mean, to a certain extent, proactive. To the extent that it's, oh, I see a big boss enemy starting to approach me. It isn't yet directly on top of me, but it will be in a matter of seconds. Okay, I'm going to drop the barricade now. I don't know if that blurs the line a little bit between proactive and reactive, but
Yeah,
it's not something you're
also
setting
really,
up in advance
really,
for damage.
it's also really good for like a long-term defense if you're like, say for an example, on Firebase Nimbus, the Nightmare spot.
Yeah.
You can just set it up behind you and just have it protect your rear end.
Yeah. Well, I think, either duration or power cell, at least for rank 4, either way, you just benefit from having more of those barricades, whether it's an individual one that lasts longer or a shorter duration, but you reactivate it more often.
Yeah.
Barricade good. In short.
Yeah, it is a very, very good ability when you. Throw is also really good dump ability where you can just use it as just a throwaway detonator.
Detonator, stagger tool, also underrated. It's just a bunch of stuff on the base Human Sentinel that doesn't look like it's incredibly powerful, but it all has subtle use cases that add up and I think make it a very underrated character. Alright, that being said, these guys are waiting for us, but I think it's getting awfully late, and I've been going for a while, so I am going to wrap things up here. But GG, Sovereign. Thanks for... I would say thanks for stopping by, but I did kind of invite myself to your lobby by accidentally searching and finding you that way, so sorry/thanks. However you want to look at that.
It's alright, like, for the most part today I've been kind of just doing random stuff on this game. Since I can't play Anthem anymore.
No. Anthem is no more, but alas. At least we still have Andromeda. Hey, Yarui. You do happen to be catching us. Right as I was about to wrap things up, but good to see you, nonetheless. We will still, I suppose, cash in some stuff from the shop. I mean, it is 1 a.m., so you say ending already. I do feel like it's a pretty reasonable time to call it a night. All right,
A little late.
I'm gonna head out of Discord. Catch you later, Sovereign. GG's.
Yeah.
But we can still cash in some stuff at the shop, so we're not entirely through just yet. Let's see if we can get any more ultra rare weapon varieties. Like the Piranha Siphon. Oh, this was lagging way behind. It's rank 3 before. Now it's up to 4. Might be one of our lowest level. Previously, probably was our lowest level ultra rare variety. Or at least in and around there. Hopefully we can pick up 1 or 2 more, though. These ultra rare weapons. Well, we got what? We got Paw Siphon earlier, leveled up. We got Hurricane Concussive. I thought we got at least 1 more that was particularly good. I think we got at least something that reached rank 10. I don't know that it was... Oh, the Hurricane Concussive did, but I think maybe even 1 thing on top of that that was not as good, but anytime it gets to rank 10, it does still feel significant, of course. It's ultra rare consumable, which is not nearly as useful in most cases. All right, this is gonna be our last one of the expert packs at least. And here, darn it, no more ultra rare weapons. How dare you? Absolutely. Jumbo Sway, yeah, we'll go 3 for 3 on these. So overall, not that, I mean, we didn't start with that many credits, and we got a decent chunk by the end of the day today. Had good luck at the beginning with both the quantity and quality of those ultra rare weapon upgrades, but definitely a little less so at the end here.